Chapter 36-37. Activate Black Gold Castle. Therefore, Lin Ling's domineering arrival intimidated everyone. Although it angered many people, it also made many people pay more attention to Lin Ling. Go and watch him. Don't let him do anything. Princess Tian whispered to Master Lin Ling. She then smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Sir Lin Ling, you may begin." It had to be said that this woman was truly an ambitious and ruthless person. A moment ago she was baring her fangs at Lin Ling, and in the next moment she was able to shake hands and make peace. She was truly amazing. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Tian indifferently. He didn't say a word and looked lazy. "Sir Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this?" Princess Tian frowned. "Give me the money. If I open the Black Gold Castle and you renege on your debt, won't I suffer a loss?" Lin Ling shook his head as if he was the boss. "If you don't have enough money, I won't open the Black Gold Castle. Think about it yourselves." Princess Heaven was so angry that she exploded. No matter how infuriated the crowd was, they almost exploded. Ningbo Tao grimaced in pain. "Lin Ling, damn it. Who do you think we are? Everyone take out your imperial crystals." Princess Tian suppressed her anger and said to everyone. Everyone began to take out 100 million monarch crystals. However, their faces were filled with pain because 100 million monarch crystals wasn't a small amount. He's really lucky. He's only going to open the Black Gold Castle, and he's charging 100 million royal crystals. Yeah, and I reckon that even if we don't pay, he will open it anyway because he wants to go in himself. Damn it, seeing his calm face makes me feel uncomfortable. Many people gritted their teeth and said, "Who can lend me 50 million royal crystals? I only need 50 million. Some people also went around borrowing money and looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would make an exception. "I don't accept IOUs. Lin Ling immediately replied indifferently, which immediately made that person's face turn gloomy. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely happy. After receiving this large amount of royal crystals, he had enough cultivation resources to break through and even open the 6th Dantian. Next, his goal was to find treasures that could increase his chances of breaking through. After a long while, the students of the Snow Wind Academy also arrived. Seeing this lively scene, all of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Then they hurriedly inquired about it. When they heard the answer, they were all shocked. 100 million royal crystals per person. With so many people here, Lin Ling was going to make a fortune. Lin Ling was ruthless enough. They all looked at Lin Ling and Lin Ling also saw them. He suddenly laughed and said loudly, "Wind Snow Academy's people are free." Fuck. Everyone roared. Of course, there were even more people who were jealous and couldn't wait to be a member of the Snow Wind Academy. It seems that being Lin Ling's friend is also a great benefit. Some people were whispering and talking, looking at Lin Ling. There was a hint of flattery in their eyes. Without a doubt, such a situation infuriated Kagura and the others. It wasn't easy for them to borrow the prestige of the new Heavenly Court and other great influences to make the powerhouses of the various academies target Lin Ling. But Lin Ling's extortion immediately bought over the hearts of many people. "Brother, do you have money on you? Lend me some money." Seeing that the people of the Snow Wind Academy were free, someone immediately walked over with a smile. These people obviously did not have 100 million royal crystals on them. "It's you, Luda?" Tianao and the others were stunned and immediately laughed. "No problem, the interest is 1 million royal crystals per day." Evil. Just like Lin Ling's evil heart. Of course, they were cursing in their hearts, but on the surface they still had to show a polite smile. After all, the Black Gold Castle was the core of this floor. There were countless opportunities and they did not want to miss it. Moreover, if they could use 100 million royal crystals to exchange for a breakthrough in talent, it was worth it. "No problem, Brother Tianao, this favor we will remember it." Some experts who did not have enough money on them immediately nodded in agreement. The path of martial arts was a process of burning money. This point was clear to all of them. The entire Black Gold Castle was becoming more and more lively. Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the others looked at Lin Ling coldly. Lin Ling was right in front of them, but they did not dare to kill him. This feeling of being neither superior nor inferior made them extremely uncomfortable. "Ningbo Tao, how strong is this Lin Ling?" Kagura suddenly looked at Ningbo Tao and asked. "Very strong but a little weaker than me. I underestimated him before." Ningbo Tao immediately said. "Weaker than you is enough, I am confident that I can kill him." Kagura nodded coldly. "Unfortunately, I don't know where the Killer Emperor went, otherwise Lin Ling would be dead for sure." Ningbo Tao also agreed. "Don't worry, the Killer Emperor Senior will definitely come, Lin Ling will definitely die in the Black Gold Castle. They had no idea that the killer emperor was already dead. And those who knew were preparing the 100 million royal crystals at this moment. They forgot to mention this matter for a while. After a long time, Princess Tian handed over several rings to Lin Ling, full of royal crystals. Even Princess Tian was shocked by the amount of royal crystals, and she was extremely jealous. Lin Ling actually earned so much just by opening the Black Gold Castle. Why didn't this guy rob? Unfortunately, although she was jealous and unwilling, no one here could open the Black Gold Castle. So, even if they knew that Lin Ling was cheating them, they could only swallow their anger. Lin Ling took the rings and put them away without even looking at them. I don't need to look at the amount of royal crystals because I believe in your character. You won't be stingy. Bullshit. Everyone was stunned and then they roared in their hearts. Because Lin Ling had been watching them gather the money, he was naturally relieved. Then Lin Ling walked towards the Black Gold Castle, but Master Inu immediately followed him. Obviously he was afraid that Lin Ling would do something to the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. With your experience, even if I did something, you won't be able to see through it. His tone and attitude were full of contempt. Master Inu was a supreme Golden Rune world spiritist, and a mere Lin Ling dared to talk to him in such a tone? Master Inu was so angry that his beard was blown up. He snorted, "You're courting death, trash." "Trash, who are you talking about?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. "Trash is talking about you." "Trash." Master Inu recalled how he was beaten up by Lin Ling not long ago, so he shouted in anger. However, as soon as he finished cursing, silence filled the air. Then laughter could be heard. Elder Inu stared in shock as if he had suddenly realized something. "Trash is talking about you? Does this mean that he, Master Inu, is trash?" "You tricked me." Master Inu's hatred for Lin Ling had reached the sky. "You're just stupid. Trash." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. Rumble. Chapter 36-38. A mysterious space. Master Lin Ling was stunned. Previously he was arguing with Lin Ling, so he did not see how Lin Ling opened the entrance. Without a doubt he had been tricked. What a cunning fellow. He knew that Master Inu had a lot of opinions about him, so he purposely used words to provoke him, causing the master to misunderstand how the entrance opened. Princess Tian frowned, and her evaluation of Lin Ling rose a few notches. This Lin Ling seemed to be insolent, but in reality he was meticulous, courageous, and resourceful. This kind of opponent was the most difficult to deal with. However, compared to the thoughts of Princess Tian and the others, everyone was overjoyed at this moment. Because the Black Gold Castle had been opened. Although this Lin Ling was extremely detestable, it was undeniable that he did have some ability. I've already said that with your experience, even if I did something, how would you be able to tell? As for Lin Ling, he walked past Grandmaster Inu and headed toward Yu and the others, leaving behind the world spiritist deity who was trembling in anger. Whoosh! The door of the Black Gold Castle opened, as if it had been sealed for thousands of years. The wind that blew out was extremely cold, causing people to shiver. However, they couldn't care less. They couldn't wait to rush into the Black Gold Castle to find their own fortune. Where there was danger, there would naturally be opportunities. They were the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions and the 10,000 realms. How could they be afraid of danger? Moreover, they also knew that in this vast world, if they wanted to obtain something, they would have to pay a price. Go. I didn't expect that after so many twists and turns in the Academy's mission this time, we would actually encounter such a fortuitous encounter. If I can find a great fortune in the Black Gold Castle, I will also soar into the sky. I will be able to trample on opponents who were as strong as me in the past. Many people's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. They felt that the 100 million royal crystals they had spent was worth it. Lin Ling glanced at the experts who entered one after another and shook his head. He held Yu and the others' hands and walked toward the door. Princess Tian and the others glared angrily at Lin Ling, but they didn't want to miss anything, so they immediately entered through the door. They planned to settle their grudge with Lin Ling in the Black Gold Castle. A bunch of idiots. Lin Ling naturally knew their murderous intentions. He shook his head disdainfully. From the beginning to the end, he was only afraid of the god of assassins. Lin Ling, can we follow you? Lin Ling, bring me along. At this time, the Wind Snow Academy students were all rushing towards Lin Ling. Sure, but you all have your own opportunities. Therefore, I can only bring you along for a while. The rest is up to you. Lin Ling looked at Tianao, Luo Wuchang, Zhuang Jinming and the others and said, The coldness on his face had also changed and became amiable. He was such a person. If it was an enemy he would attack madly. If it was a friend he would also be intimate with them. Thank you, thank you. Hee, the students of the other academies are so envious. They say that it is our fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling. I think so too. Zhuang Yanming and the others laughed and were grateful to Lin Ling in their hearts. Fairy Xan Yan and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He had already led Yu and the others forward. The ancient black gold castle was like a mountain sitting on the ground. It didn't look big, but everyone knew that it must be vast and boundless. Sure enough, when Lin Ling and the others entered, a strange feeling appeared around them. The surroundings were pitch black and with their strength they couldn't see anything. Ka. Moreover, everyone noticed that their limbs and the surface of their bodies seemed to be wrapped by something. What is this? Tianao subconsciously wanted to resist, but Lin Ling stopped him. This is the black gold armor. Everyone who enters this place has to wear it. Speaking of which, it is actually a kind of black gold dust that floats around. It will follow you, and when it gathers enough, it will form an armor. This armor will suppress your strength at least by half. What? Then we can't wear this armor. Luo Wuchang immediately said and then tried to shake off the armor around his body. No. Lin Ling yelled, without the black gold armor, it will attract more danger. But with the black gold armor, it can become a part of the black gold castle and protect itself. Luo Wuchang, what nonsense are you talking about? Whatever Lin Ling says is the truth. Someone immediately reprimanded Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang immediately nodded and allowed the strange dust to cover his body. He then realized that his body had become heavier and the speed of his boundary essence had slowed down a lot. His defense, speed, and attack had all been weakened. His strength had indeed been reduced by half. Get lost, what the hell is this? However, in the dark space there were people from other academies, so no one reminded them. When they noticed that something was wrong with their bodies, they immediately resisted and shook off the black gold dust. However, as soon as they shook off the dust, the person let out a painful cry. No. Moreover, such a cry could be heard from every corner. Obviously, there were many people who were as impulsive as him. Of course, many people were also very cautious and did not resist. In the end, they managed to escape. Brother Ling, what happened? Yu asked curiously. Because they had been in a pitch-black space and couldn't see anything, Yu was very puzzled. Of course, the others were also confused. They were forcefully submerged by the black gold armor. If you want to give an example, it would be a metal wall. 2 walls would drown a person, and the person inside the wall would be deader than dead. This is because without the black gold armor, the black gold castle would attack them. Lin Ling said lightly. Fortunately, you reminded me before. Lin Ling, I, Luo Wuchang, owe you my life. I told you that following Lin Ling was the right choice. Everyone felt that they had survived a disaster, but someone asked, Lin Ling, how do you know so much? Haha, someone told me. Lin Ling said casually. In fact, whether it was opening the black gold castle or appearing in this space, he had already faced it. Therefore, how could he not be familiar with it? For now, everyone just needs to stand still. We seem to be motionless, but in fact, we have been moving forward. Next, Lin Ling reminded them again. In the other directions, Princess Heaven and the others were also extremely flustered at the beginning. However, after a few people died, they also calmed down. It was as if they were drifting with the tide, quietly standing there without moving. Chapter 36-39. The Tao of Metal. Everyone looked around and realized that they were in a strange space. There were metal walls flowing around them like water, bringing them forward. And in this vast space there were martial artists all around. It was likely that everyone was in this space moving forward. Kiki, it's been a long time since someone came. But at this moment, metallic objects swam out of the flowing metal walls. They looked like ghosts, but they were somewhat different. This, what the hell is this? Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, the crowd was once again greatly alarmed. After that, a large number of experts died because those ghost-like things actually surged into their bodies and forcefully devoured their souls. The surrounding experts had their strength suppressed by half, and they were in this strange space. How could they resist? They could only die one after another. Tianao and the rest saw with their own eyes that there was a strong cultivator from the academy who died not far away. They were immediately terrified. As the saying goes, unknown dangers are the most terrifying. Right now they had personally experienced this feeling. Don't look them in the eye and you can pass through here unharmed. At this time Lin Ling also reminded him, Sure enough, as long as they didn't look into the eyes of the ghosts, they wouldn't be able to see them. Linling, what are these things? After traveling safely for a long time, Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Because they were all experts and they'd seen countless things like ghosts. They'd even wandered through hell a few times, but it was the first time they'd seen such a terrifying thing. They are actually humans. Linling looked ahead and said indifferently, it's the people who died in the Black Gold Castle in the past. I don't know when this 8 gods heavenly palace existed. Maybe it existed during the era of gods, so from the era of gods, as long as one died in the Black Gold Castle, they would turn into monsters like before. To be honest, it's the product of the fusion of a ghost and the Black Gold Castle. It looks like a soul, but it's actually a kind of metal. And there are many of them. There are saints, martial ancestors, and even martial gods. Hearing Linling's words, everyone's expression changed drastically. There are martial gods too? As far as they were concerned, martial gods were invincible existences. However, the martial god realm expert had died here as well. Moreover, he had turned into something that was neither human nor ghost. That's not strange. Linling smiled and said faintly, as the saying goes, a family has its rules, a country has its laws, and so does the Black Gold Castle. No matter how strong a warrior is, as long as he is in the world of the Black Gold Castle, he must abide by the rules of the Black Gold Castle. If he violates the rules, even the martial god will die. Similarly, since we're in the void, we also have to abide by the rules of this void. If you violate them, no matter how powerful you are or how mysterious your origins are, you'll be suppressed by the rules. And the purpose of martial artists practicing martial arts is to break these rules, to surpass the constraints of the universe and create their own rules. Linling's voice was extremely clear in the quiet space, but it also carried a mysterious melody. Everyone's heart trembled. Tianao's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, his martial arts comprehension seemed to have brightened up. Some things that he couldn't figure out before were suddenly solved. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Linling excitedly. He said, Linling, thank you. Wow, Tianao, you've broken through, and your talent has broken through. Beside him, Luo Wuchang said enviously. Hehe, it's all thanks to Linling's help. Tianao said modestly. Every martial artist has their own heart knot. Some heart knot is very simple, but for others, it is very difficult. Some heart knot is very difficult, but for others, it is very simple. You were able to break through, this is your opportunity, nothing more. Linling smiled and felt happy for Tianao. When Fairy Xen Yen and the others heard Linling's words, their admiration for him grew stronger. Linling was about the same age as them, but his style of doing things and his knowledge were hundreds of times better than theirs. What a magical man. Okay, we're here. At this moment, Linling's eyes lit up. At the same time, a dazzling light spot appeared in front of them, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone was like a small boat, drifting with the waves and disappearing into the light spot. Clang, clang, clang. The next moment, a strong force hit them and they fell from the sky. However, when they hit the ground, there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. More and more people fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot. As time passed, those who fell gradually got used to it and then they looked around. The first thing they noticed was that the people around them were wearing heavy armor made of black gold, and they were all standing on a black metal road. The road was about 10 meters wide and it was narrower in some places and wider in others. Looking beyond the road, there was a void, and they could vaguely see a metal wall in the distance. It was extremely strange. What the hell is that? An expert frowned and flew out of the road. However, before he could fly out for 10 meters, the wall in the distance started to wriggle like the stomach of a beast, swallowing him whole. That person's fate was probably to become one of the souls in the Black Gold Castle. How terrifying. Everyone finally understood how terrifying the Black Gold Castle was. That was because they had just arrived, but many people had already died. Only the trash will be eliminated. However, there were also people who sneered coldly as they walked along the road. The others did not dare to act rashly. However, when they saw that person walking further and further away, they also followed suit. Among them, Princess Tian roughly swept her gaze over everyone, and in the end, her gaze landed on Linling. She did not say anything and also set off. Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Wangu Qianji and the others followed suit. Although Ningbo Tao and the others wanted to make a move on Linling, they felt that it was better not to do anything in this strange place. As the people around them continued to walk forward, there were fewer and fewer people left. As for Linling, he was still looking at the mysterious wall, and his eyes were flickering. Linling, you are a half-step to martial god. Can they jump out of the road? Tianao and the others were also looking at the road, and Luo Wuchang asked curiously. Even martial gods will die. Lin Ling smiled and said. Then he led Yu and the others forward. Damn it. This is indeed not a place for humans. Chapter 3640. It was even faster than the collapse. No one knew where this road led to. As people walked on it, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, giving people a strange feeling. Because the surroundings of the main road were too quiet, as if there were many gods and devils from the era of gods staring at them. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from behind, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. They couldn't help but turn around in confusion. But because of the mysterious smoke on the road, they couldn't see clearly what was happening. Brother Ling, what's wrong? Shen Yuange held Lin Ling's hand and asked anxiously. Lin Ling shook his head. Even though Li Xiaoyao had explored the castle of black gold, it was a huge place. It was impossible for Li Xiaoyao to walk through every path. At least, Li Xiaoyao hadn't walked on this road yet. Suddenly Lin Ling's face changed. His soul power had found something. Because this place was very mysterious, it could affect all kinds of martial artists including any kind of vision, but it couldn't affect soul power. So Lin Ling's soul power found that the road behind them was collapsing, and it was spreading towards them. Let's go now. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest and ran forward immediately. Without a doubt, if they fell from here, there would only be one result, and that was to be swallowed by the metal walls. Seeing Lin Ling speed up, some people laughed in disdain. Coward, have you forgotten the dust that you encountered when you first entered the Black Gold Castle? Some people were impulsive and shook off the metal dust around their bodies. In the end, they were obliterated. So you have to be calm. Yeah, I thought this Lin Ling had some skills, but in the end he was too impulsive. Looking at Lin Ling walking past them, some of the experts who were confident in themselves laughed and said. But this kind of laughter didn't last long. Damn, the road is collapsing. Immediately, someone shouted anxiously from behind. Hearing those words, the people's faces changed. Their previous calmness disappeared, and they rushed forward crazily like cats whose tails were stepped on. Some of the more timid and nervous martial artists were so scared that they peed their pants. They ran while peeing. This was even more embarrassing than Lin Ling and the others. Because they knew that if they fell into the void, then the only outcome would be death. Run. Don't block the way. Fuck, why are you in a daze? It's fine if you're in a daze, but you're blocking my way. You're asking me what happened? Go and see for yourself. Get out of the way. At the moment of death, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would still be nervous and make mistakes. This also caused chaos on the main road. But behind them, the rumbling continued. Gradually, they caught up with Princess Tian and the others who were at the front. Ningbo Tao and the others frowned. After hearing the explanation of the person who came, their faces changed greatly. Not far away, Lin Ling had already led the people from the Snow Wind Academy past them, leaving them in the dust. Bastard! Ningbo Tao and the others did not want to lose their lives here, so they also ran wildly. However, everyone was wearing heavy armor, so their speed was not fast at all. Instead, because of the crazy consumption of their boundary essence, they were all panting like cows. Lin Ling naturally noticed this and he could not help but frown. Because if this continued, even if they did not fall into the void, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, Lin Ling quietly spread out his soul power to check the scene of the collapse behind him. So that's how it is. A moment later, Lin Ling smiled and said to Yu and the others, "Take your time, just follow me." Yu and the others were stunned, but they all slowed down. As for Tianao and the others, they did the same. At first, they were the fastest, but gradually they were overtaken by the people behind. When those people saw Lin Ling and the others, they all laughed gloatingly. "Lin Ling, why aren't you running anymore?" Ningbo Tao and Kagura's speed was not slow, and they leaped past Lin Ling and the others. "I'm not running anymore, I can't run anymore," Lin Ling said to himself. "Haha, then wait to fall into the void and be swallowed by those metal walls. This young master will not wait for you, goodbye." Ningbo Tao seemed to be elated, and he led the others and ran away confidently. In just an incense stick's worth of time they disappeared. Looking around, a large number of experts passed by Lin Ling and the others, which made Tianao and the others worried. Tianao could not help but ask in confusion, "Lin Ling, why aren't we running anymore? If we fall into the void we will all die." "How long have you been running? Didn't you notice that in this black gold castle, the recovery speed of boundary essence is 100 times slower than outside?" Moreover, with this huge armor, after running for half a day, our boundary essence will be exhausted. Lin Ling smiled and said, what if there's another danger ahead or a treasure? With our exhausted appearance, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. We know this, but saving our lives is more important. Luo Wuchang said with a frown. Of course saving our lives is more important, so we just need to be faster than the speed of the collapse. I've seen it before, the speed of the collapse is regular, one time is 300 boundary essence, the next time is 20 boundary essence, and the fastest time is 400 boundary essence, so you just need to follow me, I can guarantee that the collapsed road will always be behind us. Lin Ling explained. Wow, Lin Ling, you're too awesome. In such a desperate situation, you can still detect the speed of the collapse. Admirable, admirable. Moreover, how did you see the situation behind us? My talent is related to my eyes, but I can't see the situation behind us, as if there's too much metal dust in the air blocking my vision. Tianao and the others said in shock, looking at Lin Ling with even more admiration. This point we'll talk about it later, now let's rest and walk. Who has wine? Take it out for me to drink. Lin Ling shrugged and said. Brother Lin Ling, I have it. Me too, drink mine. Everyone scrambled to serve the wine. Tianao suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed out loud. Ningbo Tao and the others ran very fast before, but how long can they last with this huge turtle shell on their backs? Haha, speaking of this, I'm so happy. If there's a chance later, I'll see how tired they are. Luo Wuchang could also imagine the miserable scene of Ningbo Tao and the others, laughing so hard that his stomach almost hurt. It wouldn't be long before a large number of people lying on the ground appeared in front of them, each of them exhausted and could only crawl on the ground. In addition to wearing heavy armor, they definitely looked like turtles from afar. Chapter 36-41. Tianji's Horse Racing. After a few hours, many people began to appear in front of Lin Ling. They were wearing armor and sitting on the ground, resting. They were gasping for breath. Although they all had recovery pills on them, the golden black armor was too heavy. Adding on the fact that the recovery of world energy was slow, they were all exhausted. Moreover, world energy was only a part of the reason. There was also energy and mental energy, which were the hardest to recover. Those who were not weak were already crawling on the ground like turtles. Wind Snow Academy students? Why are they fine? Also look at them. They don't look like they are running away. They look like they are shopping. Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Ling and the rest. Someone who was familiar with Tianao asked, Tianao, you are walking so slowly. How can you be fine? We only need to be faster than the collapsing speed. That's enough. Why do you need to run so fast? Aren't you tired? Tianao smiled proudly and said, but you better walk faster. The back is starting to collapse. In less than an incense stick's time, you will reach here. Haha. That works too. Haha. Is this the so-called sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood? Haha. These Wind Snow Academy's people are too powerful. They even noticed us. But I think it's Lin Ling's work again. Haha. I envy Tianao and the rest. Haha. Many people nodded their heads in realization. They were running half dead, half alive while Lin Ling and the rest were sightseeing. How could they not be jealous? Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Lin Ling and the others continued to move forward. More and more people on both sides of the road saw them. Some of the people who had a grudge against Lin Ling were not only envious, they were so angry that their livers hurt. Lin Ling, look. It's Ningbo Tao and the rest. Haha. Tianao suddenly pointed to the front. In front of him, Ningbo Tao, Kagura, Princess Tian, Wangu Qianji, and the others were also resting. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they looked extremely miserable. This black gold castle is truly terrifying. It actually formed a set of rules and everyone has to follow them. Otherwise, they'll be attacked by the black gold castle. That's right. So far, quite a few people have died. Humph, trash, what's the use of not dying? They talked while resting. Ningbo Tao took a deep breath and said with a sneer, I didn't expect that the great Lin Ling would die in the castle of black gold. It's really sad. But if he is still alive, I want to fight with him for 300 rounds and let him know the gap between us. When he said this, he was undoubtedly extremely proud, as if he had defeated Lin Ling himself. Since that's the case, why don't we fight here? However, just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Everyone's pupils constricted, and when they turned around, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because Lin Ling was walking over with a large group of people from Wind Snow Academy. Not only did he look fine, but he was also trembling in spirit. Looking at them, they were all as tired as dogs, which formed a huge contrast. "Lin Ling, why aren't you dead?" Kagura let out an angry voice. She really couldn't bear it anymore. The shock and displeasure in her heart had reached the sky. "Kagura-san, Lin Ling and the others have been maintaining the speed of collapse by a little, so they didn't consume much energy at all." Not far away, someone immediately answered Kagura and the others. Hearing this, Kagura and the others were all stunned. Looking at their own miserable appearance, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Tianao suddenly laughed and then added insult to injury. "Hee hee, some people are too impatient when they encounter trouble and lack of calmness when they encounter trouble." Lack of calmness when they encounter trouble? Isn't he talking about Kagura and the others? Even Princess Tian was scolding them. Most importantly, Tianao was only an expert of Shanair Hall, who gave him the courage. However, even so, Kagura and the others could only be angry, but they didn't dare to attack at all, because their current state was not suitable for fighting at all. Therefore Lin Ling also said indifferently, "Ningbo Tao, didn't you want to show me the gap between us before? Come and fight." Ningbo Tao opened his mouth not because he was afraid of Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was trembling in spirit, and he was as tired as a dog. How could he fight? Immediately, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. Trash. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed sarcastically, and led Yu and the others to easily pass Ningbo Tao and the others. On the way they met a strong expert who was sitting on the road, resting. Lin Ling kicked him out. "Good dog, don't block the road." This person was from the Duan family. Being kicked like a dog, he was furious. He wanted to stand up and take revenge, but the armor on his body was too heavy. In addition, he was exhausted. So when he stood up halfway, he fell to the ground with a plop. He was like a big turtle. "Aha, is this a tortoise or a turtle?" Seeing that person's sorry state, Tianao and the others laughed even more happily. Even Lin Ling laughed loudly and looked at Ningbo Tao and the others and said jokingly, "You guys take your time to rest, the collapse is coming, just wait to fall into the void. I won't wait for you guys, goodbye." Goodbye. Wasn't this what Ningbo Tao said before? Now Lin Ling returned it to them. Hearing this, Ningbo Tao was stunned for a whole instant's time, and because of anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Tian frowned at Lin Ling. This guy is really cunning. Cunning? She knew that the current situation between them and Lin Ling was like a race. At the start, they had used all their strength, and although they were fast, they didn't have enough stamina. On the other hand, Lin Ling was slow at the start, but he had more stamina. That was also the reason why they were overtaken by Lin Ling. Of course, the most important reason was that when they were in danger, they didn't check anything and only thought about escaping. On the other hand, Lin Ling was able to calmly check and find their weaknesses. If they were as calm as Lin Ling, they wouldn't be as tired as dogs right now. Rumble. After resting for 3 incense sticks time, the collapse behind them reached the end. At that moment, everyone also carried their armor and moved forward like tortoises. When they looked at Lin Ling and the others, they saw that they were already far away, and they were roasting meat and drinking wine by the side of the road. When everyone rushed over and saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy. "This guy is really in a good mood," Wangu Qinji praised with a smile. Beside him, Ningbo Tao said coldly, "Arrogant fellow, if we really want to kill him, why don't we work together?" The people walking beside him were Princess Tian, Wangu Wuji, Kagura, Wu Feiming, and Duan Feihong. None of them were Lin Ling's friends, and most of them were his enemies. Chapter 3642. Twilight of the Gods. These words caused the eyes of Duan Feihong and the others to light up, and they immediately nodded. Even though they had enmity with Lin Ling, the treasures were obviously more important. Damn it. Seeing that his plan had failed, Ningbo Tao was even more upset. While they were talking, in fact, Lin Ling was also looking at them. He even guessed what they were thinking. His eyes quietly shone. Could it be that the god of assassins was hiding among Princess Tian and the others? Ningbo Tao and Kagura definitely weren't from the Duan family. Could it be that they were from the Duan family? Or Princess Tian? Perhaps Longyang, who had been silent all this time, was also a possibility. Secretly shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Princess Tian, why don't we work together? I will lead you forward and remind you of the taboos that will appear." Of course. Princess Tian's eyes flashed and she nodded. She had wanted to rely on Lin Ling's help. That's good. The road ahead is a bit troublesome. Do you see the stones on the ground? Those are black gold ghosts, their strength is not bad. Most importantly, there are too many of them, so I'll have to trouble Princess Tian to get rid of these black gold ghosts. Lin Ling said as he took a bite of the barbecue. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at the road ahead. Indeed, there were quite a few millstone-sized rocks lying quietly on the road. However, people gradually came to their senses. No wonder Lin Ling was barbecuing meat and drinking wine. It turned out that he didn't want to do any work and wanted them to do manual labor. Most importantly, they had just run all the way here and were as tired as dogs, but now they had to open up a path? Of course. Princess Tian's face was also full of blue veins. How could she not know what Lin Ling was thinking? However, even if she knew that Lin Ling was taking advantage of them, they could only swallow their broken teeth into their stomachs. This person was utterly devoid of conscience. The students of the various academies were secretly cursing Lin Ling, but in order to move forward, they could only follow Lin Ling's instructions and open up a path. As for the rocks on the ground, they looked like black metal from afar. When someone approached, they immediately grew limbs and attacked like puppets. These black gold ghosts were fast, their defenses were high, and their attacks were also strong. Killing one would require a lot of effort, and this was also the reason why Lin Ling did not move forward and instead waited for everyone. Because he really did not want to waste his own realm essence. Of course, not only was the black gold ghost's attack and defense abnormal, it also had a special characteristic, which was that it was not afraid of death. Even if it had to risk its body being smashed to pieces, it would still bring harm to its opponent. This also caused quite a number of experts to be injured. However, the number of experts was even greater. In the end, they still managed to clear the path. Looking at the large number of casualties, the expressions of Princess Tian and the others turned grave, and they became even more serious about the Black Gold Castle. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He explained, "These metallic stone men are actually people. They were people who entered the Black Gold Castle in the past. In the end, they were swallowed by the Black Gold Castle. Their souls entered the Black Gold Castle and turned into these monsters. Of course, these people weren't strong when they were alive. They were only in the Saint realm." Saint stage? Everyone's expression changed. The Saint stage had already caused countless martial progenitors to be injured. What if the metallic stone men were in the martial progenitor realm? "Lin Ling, do you know what this Black Gold Castle is?" Princess Tian couldn't help but ask. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Ling. After entering this place, they realized that even though they had great strength, everything was not going smoothly. This Black Gold Castle was terrifying. It was comparable to the 9 continents' 7 great forbidden lands. However, this was only one of the floors of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Hearing this, Lin Ling calmly scanned the crowd and said word by word, "Tomb of the Gods." Chi-chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tomb of the Gods. Did this mean that this was the ancient Tomb of the Gods? Moreover, it wasn't just one god but many gods. This made them curious. Just what was the origin of this master of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Princess Tian looked deeply into the distance, then smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, can you lead the way now?" "Yes." Lin Ling nodded. He also looked into the distance and felt a familiar aura. He immediately smiled and said, "After suffering, the sweetness begins. We've finally reached that place. Dusk of the Gods." "Yes." Dusk of the Gods. "Yes." Everyone's eyes narrowed as they continued to follow Lin Ling. The road ahead was even more ancient. The ground was still made of black gold, but because they seemed to have reached a new section, the collapse behind them had stopped. On both sides of the road, there were large amounts of floating stone statues. Upon closer inspection, they were all stone statues of people, and they were very lifelike. Some of them were laughing, some were crying, some were merciful, and some were ferocious. There were all kinds of strange expressions. Staring at these stone statues, some people were startled. "This is the Dusk of the Gods?" Princess Tian thought of Lin Ling's words and couldn't help but ask in a serious tone. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could it be that these stone statues were all alive? "You're right. These stone statues are all alive." Moreover, when they were alive, the weakest was an expert of the martial god realm. At this moment, Lin Ling confirmed their thoughts. His words made everyone frown. "Look, other than the stone statues, there are many other things around them." Someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw many treasures floating around the stone statues. There were divine swords, divine shields, ancient bronze cauldrons, ancient umbrellas, and even some spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs that they had never seen before. This meant that these treasures were left behind by experts of the martial god realm. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned with greed. Some of the more impulsive ones even took the risk. He saw an exquisite jade pagoda the size of a palm and then flew off the road. Everyone was shocked. Most importantly, this person was a handsome young man. He was also an expert of the god ranking and could be considered one of the stronger ones among the group. Someone immediately shouted, "Wu Wen, you're courting death. This pagoda belongs to my Wu family. That stone statue belongs to the Wu family's ancestor." The young man replied coldly. As he got closer to the floating stone statue, he became more and more excited. Wu family's ancestor? Many people frowned. That young man was the son of a duke in the final world. His father's name was Duanren Emperor. Who would have thought that their ancestor would die here? No wonder that young man was so agitated. And this young man probably wanted to bring back their Wu family's treasures. At this point, the young man's palm was about to touch the exquisite jade pagoda. Ka. But at this time, the walls around him distorted and swallowed the young man whole. No. The young man screamed in fear. Unfortunately, it was useless as he was swallowed whole. Everyone was dumbfounded. A moment later, a strange soul flew out from the flowing black gold walls and swam towards the distance. That should be Wu Wen. Someone muttered anxiously. No one said a word, but they already knew the answer in their hearts. It seemed like although there were many treasures around them, they could only be seen but not taken. Chapter 36-43. You have a problem with that? Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he tried to deduce what had happened. The stone statue that Wu Wen went to was about 20 meters away from the main road. Wu Wen's speed was 600 worlds, but the moment he touched the stone statue, the black gold wall appeared. This means that if you want to get the treasure in the stone statue, you have to surpass Wu Wen's speed. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he looked at the stone statues in the distance. There were a few treasures that caught his eye. One was a small bronze cauldron. Lin Ling knew what that small cauldron was. It was called the Godly Mt. Shumi cauldron. It was a precious treasure. It was said that if anything was thrown into the cauldron as long as time passed, it would turn into an emperor crystal. Could be called a treasure bowl. Another was a black dragon's soul. This was something even more precious than a dragon's soul. The last one was a seemingly ordinary herb. This divine herb was called the good and evil two-faced herb, and it was of great help to Lin Ling. This was because this spiritual herb could increase Lin Ling's chances of breaking through by 20%. In addition to the divine elixir from before, it was a full 50%. However, these three treasures were all more than 20 meters away from each other. Shaking his head, Lin Ling gave up completely. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange also took a fancy to some treasures, but they also gave up in the end. There were many treasures around and they were all extremely ancient existences. It was obviously difficult to suppress the greed in their hearts and restrain themselves. Some experts almost rushed out several times when they saw treasures that suited them. However, after biting their tongues, they were stimulated by the pain and finally restrained themselves. After walking like this for an hour, the stone statues on both sides of the main road increased. Some of the stone statues were very far away but some were very close. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. 5 meters away from the main road, a statue of a Buddha was floating there. A jade box was floating around his body. When the jade box was opened, there were 9 exquisite fruits lying inside. On the other side was a set of scriptures. The scriptures were thick and heavy, and seemed to be divided into 6 sets. Brother Ling, that's the Heart Sutra of Paramitha. It's the Buddha God's Great Canon. Currently, the sutra that's being passed down in the 9 prefectures is the first set of incomplete sutra. Xian Yuange immediately said to Lin Ling. She had a page of the scripture so she knew a lot. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were interested in the scriptures. After all, there were quite a few people who cultivated the Buddha God martial arts. The Buddha God martial arts were vast and could cleanse one's world origin. It was one of the best cultivation methods. Lin Ling nodded. His soul force spread out and he began to speculate. While he was calculating, there were a few people who were ready to make a move. However, they were afraid of the black gold ancient wall and did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He used talent fusion and shot forward. This guy wants money more than his life. Everyone was shocked to see someone flying off the main road. Especially after seeing Lin Ling, the roar in their hearts became even stronger. Princess Tian and the others also saw Lin Ling. Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the others sneered. They could not wait for Lin Ling to be swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. However, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Moreover, he had calculated the time. After using the speed of 900 worlds and obtaining the 2 treasures, he immediately retreated. When he arrived at the main road, the black gold ancient wall had just started to wriggle. Everything seemed simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. When Lin Ling arrived at the main road, everyone's heart trembled. Some people who had a grudge against Lin Ling cursed in their hearts. Lin Ling had taken advantage of them again. How brave! Some people who had no grudge against Lin Ling secretly praised him. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who see them. Let's think about how to divide them. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. That's the spatialization fruit. It can increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm. Consuming 9 fruits will increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial ancestor realm by 10%. Lin Ling, we have a lot of people here. How about sharing it with everyone? The Parmitha Heart Sutra belongs to you. A few people walked out excitedly. Obviously, these treasures were what they wanted. Among them, a man was the most excited. He seemed to have been searching for these treasures for many years. He said calmly, Lin Ling, you don't have any objections, right? Objections my ass. However, after Lin Ling kept the treasures, he looked coldly at the man and threw a punch without saying anything. Then he threw a few more punches and sent those people flying off the main road. If you can come back, I don't have any objections. Lin Ling said calmly at the same time. He controlled the strength of his punch very well. It allowed those people to reach the Buddha statue, but they did not have Lin Ling's terrifying speed. When they tried to come back, they were swallowed by the black gold ancient wall. Junior brother. Senior brother Lu. Those who were familiar with those people shouted and looked angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed their senior brother. What? Do you have any objections? Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at them calmly. Previously, those people had wanted his treasures and Lin Ling had given them a chance to go on an adventure. If they could return alive, Lin Ling would share the treasures with them. If they couldn't do it, what right did they have to ask? Of course, the others did not think so. They all thought that Lin Ling was too overbearing. Wu Feiming took a step forward and said coldly, You killed my junior brother. No, it was greed that killed your junior brother. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and replied coldly. The crowd was secretly surprised. They did not expect that one of them was Wu Feiming's junior brother. No wonder he was so arrogant. Wu Feiming was also one of the people who had 8 keys. He was also one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, so he was not weak. No matter what you say, you killed my junior brother. Wu Feiming's face was extremely cold. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, I killed him. So what? You're not convinced. After saying this, he took a step forward and condensed the power of the 9,000 realms on his fist. He threw a punch at Wu Feiming. How arrogant. He attacked without saying anything. This made many people unhappy. They secretly hoped that Wu Feiming could defeat Lin Ling. However, Wu Feiming's pupils changed and became strange. Suddenly, a straw man appeared in front of him. Bang! The terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's punch, which was originally aimed at Wu Feiming, seemed to have been changed by some rules. It was aimed at the straw man. What a powerful move. This guy's strength is probably stronger than Lin Ling. It was the first time for many people to see this move. They were shocked. Because Wu Feiming's move could change the trajectory of Lin Ling's attack. This meant that Wu Feiming was stronger than Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that Wu Feiming was similar to his steps of God, which also used the world to attack the enemy. The difference was that Wu Feiming's strength was not as strong as his steps of wisdom. Boom. Lin Ling's fist did not stop. He attacked like a monster. The straw man had just become bigger when it was immediately smashed by Lin Ling's punch. The withered grass scattered on the ground. Chapter 3644. Fatal Temptation. Wu Feiming's brows twitched and something exploded in front of him. Smoke filled the air and another straw doll appeared. This straw doll had a smile on its face and it looked a little creepy. Bang. However, the straw doll that had just appeared was destroyed by Lin Ling once again. Lin Ling's fist didn't stop there and he punched Wu Feiming once again. Boom. Another straw doll was destroyed. After a dozen rounds, Wu Feiming's face finally changed. Even though Lin Ling's attack trajectory would be changed by his straw dolls, Lin Ling could destroy all of them. Previously he had asked Lin Ling to see how much he could destroy. In truth, Lin Ling had also asked him to see how much he could block. The number of straw dolls he had was decreasing. One had to know that these straw dolls were made from the witch's hair and they were a type of goo. The process of making them was extremely troublesome. However, all of them had been destroyed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't touch him. The road ahead might be dangerous and we need everyone's strength to face it together. At this time someone shouted anxiously. It was Wangu Qianji. He quickly added, "My younger brother Wangu Wuji mentioned you to me before." Wangu Wuji was currently training with Sakura and the others. He was also one of Lin Ling's friends. Lin Ling had to give him face. Hence, Lin Ling retracted his fist and kicked out. His foot landed on Wu Feiming's chest and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wu Feiming spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. At least he wasn't killed by Lin Ling. "I'll give Wangu Wuji some face and let this matter rest," Lin Ling said domineeringly. He looked at Wu Feiming and said with disdain, "You dare to stop me with that little bit of strength? You're like an egg hitting a rock." Wu Feiming spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. His face turned pale from the humiliation. "Here I'll also tell you a rule. You can listen to it or not, but if you're killed by me, don't blame the heavens and the earth." Lin Ling looked at everyone with contempt. "I don't care what grudges you have, but the treasures you obtained belong to you. If others try to snatch them, kill them without mercy." With that, Lin Ling led Yu and the others forward. He didn't even bother to say an extra word of nonsense, nor did he bother to explain. In any case, Lin Ling had already explained. If they couldn't understand, then they shouldn't blame Lin Ling for being heartless. Does this guy think he's the boss? Princess Tian. Seeing the rampant Lin Ling, everyone was unhappy. He killed people in front of them and now there was a rule. If this wasn't the boss, then what was? Princess Tian's face didn't look good either. Logically speaking, her status was the highest, but Lin Ling didn't care about her at all. However, she wasn't sure how far the road was, or what they would encounter along the way, so she could only let Lin Ling be arrogant. As for Ningbo Tao and Kagura, they narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. His evaluation of Lin Ling went up another notch. Wu Feiming's strength isn't weak and he's mysterious. Lin Ling can easily suppress him. It seems that we've underestimated his strength. This Lin Ling can't be allowed to do whatever he wants. We must find a way to kill him, and for safety's sake, it's best if we work together. Yes, it's best to call Wu Feiming together. The three of them should be able to kill Lin Ling if they work together. They whispered to each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. This was because as Lin Ling continued to display his strength, they began to feel the pressure increasing. Then the crowd moved forward again. With Lin Ling's first experiment, many people became confident and rushed out of the stone statue. Unfortunately, they didn't have Lin Ling's calculation ability, so those who rushed out mostly died. If they wanted to rush out of the main road to seize the stone statue's treasures, first, speed. Second, soul power calculation. Most of them didn't have these 2 points. Even if they had speed, they didn't have soul power calculation. Sometimes, some people even tried to seize the stone statue's treasures, but in the end they died. However, when it was Lin Ling's turn, he easily seized those treasures. The same stone statue but different people tried to seize it, but the outcome was completely different. It was impossible for them not to be envious of him. Because until now only Lin Ling had gained something. Look at that. After walking for a long time, a strange stone statue suddenly appeared on the side of the road. It was more like a person than a stone statue. In the eyes of Tianao and the others, it was an extremely beautiful classical beauty, absolutely beautiful and out of this world. She sat there quietly, gently stroking the pipa, and the melodious sound of the pipa could be heard. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away and shook the mortal world. She was like a goddess that had fallen from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful face was like flawless jade, as if it had gone through the most perfect carving. However, there was also a kind of hazy feeling. Every frown and smile gave people a fatal shock. In the eyes of everyone she was the most perfect image. Even Ningbo Tao, Kagura and the rest were attracted. At the same time, Princess Tian, Fairy Xanyen and the rest were the same. It was as if the stone statue had a fatal charm. If there was an exception, it would be those who were married and had families of their own. What did you do? Those people were extremely confused. That's just a stone statue, why are you acting like that? Another person pulled his junior brother and said. In his eyes, that was not a classical beauty but a statue. Well, I don't know why either, but I feel that she's too beautiful and she's calling me over. Someone immediately replied. He was completely captivated. However, beside him, someone immediately gave him a slap to wake him up. Are you crazy? If you dare to leave the main road, you'll definitely die. I know, but I can't resist that charm. Even though that person was awake, he still had the urge to leave the main road. And it was not only the men, even the women were the same. Because in the eyes of the women, that was not a peerless beauty, but a handsome, the most perfect man in the world. Especially for Fairy Xian Yen and the other women, the man in front of them was actually Lin Ling. Therefore they all had the urge to leave the main road and travel the world with Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling and Yu Yu were fine. Because the partner they yearned for the most in their hearts was actually by their side, so they were not tempted. Looks like that stone statue is not simple. Lin Ling stared into the distance and muttered. He guessed that the stone statue could dig out the yearning in people's hearts and increase the temptation, making people unable to control themselves. And the people here were all top experts, and their martial hearts had been tempered thousands of times, but they were still tempted. This showed how powerful that stone statue's charm was. Wake up, all of you. If you leave the main road, only death awaits you. Then Lin Ling used his soul power to form a voice that appeared in the minds of Fairy Xian Yen and the rest. Chapter 3645. What a brutal kick. It was especially so for Fairy Xian Yen and the others. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was right beside them. Hence, the speed at which they woke up was even faster. On the other hand, Qianao and the rest were still a little addicted. Even though they knew that it was fake, they still had the urge to rush over. Tianao Luo Wuchang, are the two of you inferior to women? His willpower is so weak. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Only then did Tianao and the others come to their senses. Tianao and the others immediately felt embarrassed. They said to Fairy Xian Yen and the others, "Why did you wake up so quickly? What did you see?" Hearing this, Fairy Xian Yen and the others blushed and didn't say anything. They were too embarrassed to say that the person they saw was Lin Ling. Beautiful, so beautiful that it's strange. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll be mesmerized again. Everyone gradually came to their senses. Then they felt a wave of lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people and could warn each other, they would have definitely been tricked. Therefore they left one after another. However, Lin Ling didn't leave because he saw the stalk of spiritual grass beside the stone statue. This was a spiritual grass that could increase the chances of breaking through by 20%. Currently Lin Ling had obtained many treasures. However, he had only obtained 9 spiritual fruits for the treasures he needed to break through. He had to get it. This was because Lin Ling no longer lacked cultivation resources. He only lacked the east wind. You guys go first. Lin Ling said to Tianao and the others. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're thinking of going there. Tianao and the others were shocked. Even Yu Yu and the others were the same. Of course, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would be mesmerized by the stone sculpture. It should be the treasure beside the stone sculpture that attracted Lin Ling. However, this stone sculpture was a little far away. It would be difficult to obtain those treasures. The people who were already leaving were all stunned when they heard Lin Ling's words. Isn't this guy's martial heart a little too weak? That's right, I'm really surprised because everyone else has given up, but this guy is still unrepentant and insists on going there. Pervert. Many people misunderstood that Lin Ling had been bewitched by her beauty. Kagura and the others even stopped in their tracks and had mocking expressions on their faces. If Lin Ling were to die under her beauty, would this news cause a sensation in the final world? Lin Ling lust can lead to a knife. Although that woman is really beautiful, but Tianao could not bear to see Lin Ling throw his life away. He could not help but advise him again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling warned Yu Yu and the others and then shot towards the stone sculpture. Fuck, he really wants a beauty more than his life. Tianao and Luo Wuchang were surprised. Lin Ling's speed was very fast, but the stone sculpture was 40 meters away from the main road. This meant that Lin Ling could only reach the stone sculpture and could not return. Because at that time, the black gold ancient wall was already squirming. So fast. Many people saw Lin Ling's speed for the first time and could not help but be shocked. He's only at the sage stage. If he reaches the martial ancestor stage, his strength will be even stronger. Everyone was even more curious about Lin Ling's talent. At that moment, Lin Ling was very close to the stone sculpture. Moreover, the black gold ancient wall around him had begun to change. This meant that Lin Ling's time was getting shorter and shorter. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In everyone's eyes, the classical beauty who was sitting and playing the zither suddenly stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. This smile was truly enchanting. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the powerhouses on the main road were mesmerized by it. Even some old monks were moved. Indeed, that smile of hers possessed a bewitching charm. Only a few people were still calm and knew that Lin Ling's situation was not good. That was because the black gold ancient wall had already appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a flood that drowned Lin Ling. Lin Ling was facing the classical beauty's smile. How could he resist it? Even if he was stunned for a moment, it was enough for Lin Ling to be devoured. At that moment, the new Heavenly Court Flying Dragon organization and the Duan family laughed. Although they thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die every time, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. However, this time they firmly believed that Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Above the void of the abyss, there was no one before him and no one after him. How could he not die? However, Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, revealed a mocking smile. Not only did he not stop, but he even sped up. Just like that, he charged toward the stone sculpture and reached it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not close to women? Or was there a problem with Lin Ling's sexual orientation? However, Lin Ling already had a wife. He was a proper man. Of course, not only were they dumbfounded, even the classical beauty was dumbfounded. Just as Lin Ling touched the stone sculpture, the surrounding scene immediately changed. A small garden appeared. There was a small bamboo pavilion and a stone sculpture in the garden. The area was also about 10 meters. Lin Ling was standing at the edge of the garden. This time everyone was shocked. There was actually another space? The classical beauty was also shocked. However, she quickly smiled and slowly undid her gown, revealing her snow-white skin. This action immediately made the men roar in their hearts. Blood almost spurted out from their noses. They even hoped that time would speed up so that they could see everything they wanted to see. However, Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. Very beautiful indeed. Indeed. He did not slow down. He rushed in front of the woman and kicked out. Moreover, he did not want to kick, but instead he kicked her face. The beauty let out a cry of surprise and was immediately sent flying. Everyone on the road was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was too ferocious. This guy is actually so ruthless. Kagura cursed with jealousy. If he had the chance to get close to such a classical beauty, he would definitely hold her hand and admire the moon and the flowers. However, Lin Ling kicked her. Moreover, he did not kick anywhere but her face. Shio. But at this time, the flying woman suddenly turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, in the bamboo pavilion, a cage was placed there. Inside the cage was a pure white small marten. At this moment, the small marten was angrily looking at Lin Ling. Garden, bamboo pavilion, cage, small marten. Everyone was stunned. Then they understood that they were all deceived by the small marten. And they could also be deceived. This showed how powerful the small marten was. Divine beast, it is definitely a divine beast. However, in the divine beast catalog, only the tear-eroding dream marten is recorded. It is the strongest marten divine beast. Moreover, according to the catalog, the tear-eroding dream marten is colorful. Yes, white marten, I have never seen it before. Everyone immediately began to discuss spiritedly. Moreover, from another point of view, all the martial god realm experts would be turned into stone statues here. However, the white marten was safe and sound. This also showed how extraordinary it was. What a beautiful small marten. Lord Lin Ling, please bring it here. Chapter 3646. Giant Ghost. However, Lin Ling did not care about her at all. Therefore she cried and begged you, Aunt Yu, please help me, please persuade Lord Lin Ling. Sigh. Princess Tian saw this scene and gritted her teeth. She knew that the sword was extraordinary, but with Lin Ling, the sword was a servant, and Lin Ling had become its master. She could not understand how a mere Lin Ling could make a lesser deity sword treat him as its master. Brother Ling. Sigh. At this moment Yu also shouted. In fact, even without the sky-devouring beast's reminder, Yu and the rest were already attracted to the little white mink. After all, a cute white object was fatally attractive to women. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Since his wife had spoken, he could only do as she said. He first looked behind him and found that the black gold ancient wall had disappeared. He could not help but secretly feel lucky. In fact, when he was in the future garden, his soul power had already detected that this stone sculpture was not simple. It seemed to have a place to stay. That was why he was so desperate. After all, with his speed he could only reach the stone sculpture and could not go back. Fortunately, Lin Ling had made the right bet. There was a garden here. Who are you? Why are you not tempted by me? The white mink in the cage shouted angrily. Hee little white, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Have you forgotten me? Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked towards the bamboo pavilion. You know me? The white mink was puzzled. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come here? Lin Ling said with a smile. Lin Ling indeed knew this little white mink. When Li Xiaoyao was on this level, he had met it before. It had stolen one of Li Xiaoyao's treasures, infuriating Li Xiaoyao. However, the white mink was very fast and Li Xiaoyao could not catch up. In the end, he could only give up on the treasure. However, because of this, Li Xiaoyao remembered the little white mink deeply. He did not expect that after so many years, the little white mink was actually still on the 5th level and was not dead. This made Lin Ling have no choice but to take this little white marten seriously. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao had underestimated this little white sable. "Who are you?" Unfortunately, the little white mink still didn't recognize Lin Ling. "Me?" Lin Ling chuckled and suddenly grabbed the cage. Then he shook it up and down crazily, causing the little white mink to vomit and have diarrhea as if it was sitting on a boat. "Stealing my treasures? You must feel great, right? You didn't expect this. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. No, it should be 100,000 years. I've said it before. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll roast you and skin you to make shoes." Lin Ling laughed as he shook his head. The little white mink was shaken until it almost fainted. It kept spitting out things, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, its eyes lit up. Remembered. This was because even though it had stolen many treasures over the years, there was one person that left the deepest impression on it. That person was called Li Xiaoyao, and it had chased after him for 3 whole years. It was also because of this reason that it and Li Xiaoyao were very familiar with the 5th floor. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had also said that he would skin it to make shoes. Could it be him? God, why is this demon still alive? You remember now? Seeing the little white mink's frightened look, Lin Ling laughed loudly. The hatred that he had suppressed for so many years was finally paid off. On the main road, everyone stopped moving. They stared at Lin Ling with their mouths wide open. After all, everyone could see that the white mink was extraordinary. It was probably a deity from the era of deities and should be respected. However, Lin Ling grabbed the cage and shook it up and down. He was treating the deity as a pet. This guy was too crazy. "Spare me, spare me." The little white mink kept begging for mercy, and the fear in its eyes grew stronger. "If you want me to spare your life, tell me, why didn't you turn into a stone statue? Also, who trapped you in the cage?" Lin Ling said with a smile. As a matter of fact, he did not hold any grudge against the little white mink. Instead, he felt nostalgic. He had bullied it because he was excited to see an old friend. However, the little white mink's eyes flickered, and it did not dare to speak. Lin Ling also realized that something was not right. This little white mink was not simple. No martial progenitor could defeat it, and even the martial gods could not catch it. However, it seemed to be afraid of him. Lin Ling could not help but look at the stone statue behind him. The stone statue was extremely strange. It was a 3-headed, 6-armed, glaring King Kong. It was tall and had a skull necklace around its neck. Each of its arms was holding a weapon, and one would not dare to take a second look at it. Lin Ling stared at it in silence. His heart grew heavier. Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a boundless ocean surging toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ocean was made of blood. Furthermore, countless demons were rushing toward him from the ocean, as if they were demons rushing out from the entrance of the underworld. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. At that instant, he realized that he was extremely tiny, and could be torn apart at any time. He knew that he had been too careless. He should not have checked the stone statue. No, this is not a physical attack but a soul attack. It was a matter of life and death. Lin Ling suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He immediately gathered all his soul energy and activated the step of wisdom. God's rank. A hoarse voice could be heard from the rolling ocean of blood. It was filled with great fear. Obviously, it did not expect a mere mortal to possess the God's rank. As soon as Lin Ling activated the step of wisdom, the ocean of blood collapsed as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless bloody skeletons fell from the sky. Countless gods and Buddhas floated up. However, cracks appeared on them, and they turned into boundless Buddhist light. The entrance of the underworld opened, and 360 reincarnations flew out. However, they all collapsed. In the end, everything disappeared. Instead, a fist-sized demon was trapped in Lin Ling's step of wisdom. This demon was extremely ferocious and had sharp fangs. Its body was thin and weak, as if it was a little demon that had escaped from the underworld. Lin Ling was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know." The demon raised its head and looked at Lin Ling with fear. After pondering for a moment, it said, "They call me the giant ghost." Giant ghost. Lin Ling frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. However, in this place even the martial god had been turned into a stone statue. Not only did this giant ghost not die, but it also had powerful soul energy. This showed that it was not simple. Where did you come from? I don't know. If you don't know, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Ling activated the step of wisdom and used the world to bind the giant ghost and refine it. The giant ghost was like a soul body. However, the step of wisdom had a significant effect on it. The giant ghost's body burned, and it was almost destroyed. Chapter 3647. Eye of the Heavenly Wheel. Most importantly, although the giant ghost did not move, Lin Ling could sense a terrifying malice from it. This kind of ferocity was something Lin Ling had never seen before in his life. It was as grand as the ocean. However, this kind of ferocity was currently in a calm state. However, even though the giant ghost was about to be burned to ashes, it did not move. It just stood there quietly, and there was a trace of stubbornness in its eyes. It was as if it was stubborn about its origins. It was as if it had been here for thousands of years, not for anything, but to find its origins. Therefore, when Lin Ling asked who it was, it really did not know. Not knowing why, this kind of stubbornness made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He felt that this was a kind of madness and also a kind of stubbornness. Moreover, this giant ghost had never begged for mercy from the start. It was just that it was extremely afraid of him. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly did not want to kill this giant ghost. Because Lin Ling was also a person with a temperament. He did not like to kill those kind of strong men, especially those who were open and honest like Gang Lai Lai. Lin Ling immediately kept the stare of wisdom. The giant ghost was the size of a fist. It floated in the air and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling looked at it and found that this little evil spirit was quite interesting. He shook his head and did not say anything. He turned and left. He came to the side of the garden and then collected the things he needed. The divine grass that was collected was called the eight-faced good and evil grass. It was said that it grew with a god. With this, Lin Ling's chances of breaking through increased by another 20%. In addition to the elixir and the fruit from before, it was a full 70%. It had to be said that Lin Ling's breakthrough was really difficult. Looking at the people on the other side of the road, they were all very puzzled. Because they could not see Lin Ling and the giant ghost clashing. They only saw Lin Ling standing in front of the stone statue, quietly and motionlessly. At this moment, the giant ghost suddenly floated over and the stone statue that belonged to it collapsed. Don't you want to take it away? The giant ghost glared fiercely at Lin Ling. However, it was only the size of a fist. Although it looked like an evil spirit, Lin Ling did not feel that it was ferocious. It's under my control. If you want to take it away, I'll teach you a way to control it. The giant ghost continued viciously. All right. Lin Ling thought of Yu's request and immediately nodded. Subsequently, a set of mysterious runes appeared in Lin Ling's mind. It was called the Blood Pact Technique. This blood contract technique was extremely powerful. It specialized in controlling divine beasts. Moreover, it was extremely mysterious. Every divine beast's blood contract technique was different. Meanwhile, the little white mink in the cage started to tremble as it looked at the giant ghost. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over and struck out with a mysterious talisman seal. His soul instantly had an additional feeling, as if it was connected to the little white mink by blood. A single thought from him could wipe out the little white mink's soul. The little white mink looked at Lin Ling with a look of reverence. Lin Ling had let it out. However, it did not dare to run away. This was because no matter where it ran to, a single thought from Lin Ling could kill it all the same. Therefore, it could only obediently follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately left the garden. However, just as he reached the edge, he immediately realized that there was a fist-sized ghost floating beside him. It was the giant ghost. Why are you following me? Lin Ling was a little amused. I feel that if I follow you, I'll be able to find out my origins. The giant ghost said fiercely. Are you that sure? Lin Ling asked. Because you're the first sage I've met who has a divine staircase. The giant ghost seemed to only have one expression, and that was viciousness. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. He could feel that the giant ghost did not have any ill intentions towards him. Although it was ferocious, he only needed to be wary of its hidden ferocity. Then Lin Ling brought the two little monsters and flew towards the main road. Master, hurry up. The little white mink was much more obedient. It pushed Lin Ling from behind, afraid that Lin Ling would be devoured by the black gold castle. This was because if Lin Ling died, the little white mink would definitely die too. A moment later Lin Ling safely reached the main road. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with confusion. Lin Ling had returned safely. It seemed that he had obtained some treasure again. Everyone's eyes were red with envy. Little white mink, come here. Princess Tian stared at the little white mink and immediately took out her treasure to tempt it. She knew that the little white mink was not simple. If she could tame it, it would definitely be a great help to her. Moreover, the little white mink was so cute that she felt that it was a good match for her. Unfortunately, the little white mink looked at her disdainfully and arrogantly raised its tail. Then it walked towards Yu and the rest. Don't go, little white mink. Whatever Lin Ling gave you, I gave you double, no, 10 times. Princess Tian shouted, her eyes red with anger. Unfortunately, the little white mink did not even look at her. It even quietly farted in her direction. Then the group continued on their way. Along the way they also encountered metal stone monsters. However, after the group worked together, they successfully defeated those metal stone monsters. During this process, Lin Ling would occasionally attack the stone statues by the side of the road to accumulate treasures. However, this time, with the help of the giant ghost and the little white mink, Lin Ling was much more convenient. As for the giant ghost, the group had also seen it. At first they were a little curious, but gradually they became numb to it. In fact, the giant ghost was too small. Although it looked ferocious because of its small size, it gave people a feeling of cuteness. The strength of the giant ghost could not be detected by ordinary people at all. Therefore they did not care about the giant ghost. Only Lin Ling knew that there was a terrifying sea of evil hidden in the giant ghost's body. After a long time, the road in front of them finally came to an end. Lin Ling also looked ahead and said, "We've reached the end. Next is the Eye of Heaven wheel." At the end of the road was an endless abyss. In the abyss, a huge eye floated there as if it could see all living things in the world. Seeing this, many people trembled in fear. In fact, the eye was too big and it seemed to be alive. The things you need are under the huge eye. After passing through the eye, you will reach the core of the black gold castle. There are many treasures there. Lin Ling did not hide anything and said again. Hearing about treasures, the group finally became excited. All this time, they had not gained anything and could only watch as Lin Ling reaped a great harvest. Now they finally got back their capital and interest. However, it's also very dangerous under the huge eye. It might even be more dangerous than the black gold path. Whether you will sink or rise depends on your luck. Lin Ling said and finally walked toward Yu and the others. Lin Ling, thank you for your reminder. However, I don't know if you can go down the huge eye first. At this time, Princess Tian smiled politely. Lin Ling knew that Princess Tian was afraid that he would tamper with it. However, he was going to go down anyway, so it was not a big deal. This was because there was a treasure under the huge eye that he was determined to get. That treasure was an elixir, the Eternal History elixir. Of course, it was of a higher grade than the one Lin Ling had consumed. It was refined by a predecessor. If Lin Ling could get it, he would become a martial ancestor with an 80% chance of resurrection. Chapter 3648. His luck was pretty good. After the Eye of the Heavenly Wheel is placed, we will be separated and look for our own opportunities. Therefore I can't help you. Little white mink, follow Xiaoning and protect her. Yu has the divine sword and Ger has a large number of scriptures. They are enough to protect themselves. After we part ways, I'll look for you as soon as I find what I need. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Yu and the others immediately nodded. On the path of martial arts, Lin Ling couldn't protect them all the time. At some point he still had to let them go on their own adventures. Even though Lin Ling was very worried, Lin Ling still endured it. Next, Lin Ling jumped down from the eye of the sky wheel. He knew that under the eye, it might be the place where he, Lin Ling, stepped into a new realm. Seeing Lin Ling jump down, everyone nodded and jumped down one after another. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu and the rest looked at each other and nodded as they watched Lin Ling disappear. Although they were separated from Lin Ling, they were not weak. Even Xiaoning had the protection of the little white mink. That was why Lin Ling dared to leave without worry. Let's hope we're lucky enough to run into Lin Ling as soon as we go down. Kagura and the others' eyes turned icy cold. Lin Ling had been lucky enough to live for a very long time, but luck could not always accompany Lin Ling. After we go down, we may not be so lucky to encounter Lin Ling immediately. Moreover, it will be very difficult for us to kill Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. Ningbo Tao frowned. I have 3 straw puppets here. Everyone take them. When the time comes, follow the directions of the puppets and we will be able to gather together very quickly. Wu Feiming suddenly took out 3 palm-sized puppets that looked like grass-venomous insects. From the looks of it, the rest will depend on our luck to see if we can meet Lin Ling. The 3 of them looked at each other and jumped down. The heavenly princess and the rest were the same. The elder of the Duan clan, Duan Feihong, looked deeply at the giant eye vortex and said indifferently, "Winner takes all. It all depends on this moment. I hope there are good opportunities here. Senior Duan, don't worry. Since this is the core of the heavenly wheel, there are bound to be many rare treasures." Wangu Qinji was Huang Xiaolong was Huang Xiaolong's Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong was Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaolong's Huang Xiaolong and the heavens. Lin Ling, I hope you can witness my glory with your own eyes. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling passed through the huge eye and reappeared in a huge palace. The walls of the palace were made of black gold, and when one walked on it, there was a clear metallic sound. This is the real ancient castle. Lin Ling looked around and couldn't help but laugh. Then he was a little puzzled. I remember that the elixir was with spiritual master Lu, and that old man died in the East District. I wonder where I am now. He knew that there was an old monster with a divine pill the last time he was here. However, he had already broken through to the martial ancestor realm, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Later he saw that old monster die near the Eastern District. This is the Eastern District. A fierce voice sounded beside Huang Xiaolong. It was the giant ghost. You know? Lin Ling couldn't help but wonder. I've been here for a long time, so I know everything. I'm familiar with the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors. However, I can't leave this place. I've tried many times, but I failed in the end. It seems like only the heavenly steps can bring me out. The giant ghost said. No wonder you're relying on me. Oh right, don't tell me that you're planning to kill countless people after you leave this place? It's boring. I'm not interested in that. I just want to find the secret of the era of gods and find out where I came from. That's good. Try to suppress yourself. You should know that there's a terrifying force hidden in your body. It's an evil force. If it erupts, Jojo will definitely be drowned. Okay. Lin Ling and the giant ghost chatted as they walked. Since they were in the Eastern District, Lin Ling didn't have to search for it. Moreover, as they went deeper, Lin Ling's memories became more and more familiar with the area. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after Lin Ling left, an eye appeared in the sky. Then, 3 figures fell from the sky with a metallic sound. Here. The first person frowned. However, when he saw the person next to him, he was immediately overjoyed. Ah, Kagura, you're here too. Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming, you're all here. It seems that we're lucky. We didn't get separated. Maybe God wants to take Lin Ling's life. That's why we're so lucky. The 3 of them stood up and couldn't help but speak excitedly. Wait, look, footprints. Suddenly Wu Feiming frowned and said, no one has been here for a long time, so the ground is covered in dust. However, there are new footprints now. Someone must have been here just now. It's Lin Ling. I can sense his aura. He's not far away. Ningbo Tao suddenly said excitedly. Our luck is too good. Kagura found it unbelievable. Because not only were the 3 of them not separated, they were gathered together. Moreover, Lin Ling was not far away. It seemed that this was the will of God. Ah! Kagura couldn't help but laugh. However, she was interrupted by Ningbo Tao. Don't alert him. Lin Ling is very cunning. If he notices us and escapes first, our efforts will be in vain. I really don't understand how you, Kagura, entered the Flying Dragon organization. You don't look like an assassin at all. But speaking of which, where did the Emperor of Assassins go? After entering the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, we haven't seen him again. Yeah, if the Emperor of Assassins is here, why do we need to work together? We can kill Lin Ling by relying on the Emperor of Assassins. Alright, let's talk less. Don't let Lin Ling notice us. The 3 of them continued to sense Lin Ling's aura. Moreover, they looked at the footprints on the ground and quietly approached Lin Ling. They were getting more and more excited. In fact, they had suffered too much from Lin Ling. When they thought of killing Lin Ling, they felt incomparably carefree. They hadn't even started killing, but they had already released half of their depression. I wonder if he will be surprised when he sees the 3 of us working together and appearing in front of him. Ningbo Tao suddenly said expectantly. He will definitely be surprised. Lin Ling seems to have stopped in front of the main hall. Suddenly Wu Feiming frowned and said. Immediately, the 3 of them quickened their pace. Chapter 3649. 90% Confidence. This Lin Ling has brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper time and time again. This time we must make sure nothing goes wrong. Ningbo Tao shook his head and smiled in the black gold corridor leading to the main hall. Perhaps he felt that he could finally kill Lin Ling this time, so he sighed and recalled everything that had happened after he met Lin Ling. In the Starry Sky Forest, he represented the new heavenly court to seize the divine treasury and almost got it. However, Lin Ling appeared out of nowhere and brought the 9th God's Eye and the 9 States' 10 Evils, forcefully interrupting him and Duan Wuhan. At that time he also met Lin Ling for the first time. However, the way he saw it, Lin Ling was just an ant that could be annihilated with a single finger. But now that he saw Lin Ling again, Lin Ling had grown to a terrifying level. He was not much weaker than Ningbo Tao, and Ningbo Tao even knew that Lin Ling might be stronger than him. It was just that Ningbo Tao did not want to admit it. If he did not kill such an opponent, there would be no place for Ningbo Tao to stand in the future. Kagura, how confident are you? Ningbo Tao looked at Kagura and asked. 70%. Kagura was also slightly excited. 80%. But Wu Feiming also shouted coldly. If Wu Feiming can prevent Lin Ling from escaping, I have a 90% chance. Ningbo Tao suddenly smiled, and his words caused Kagura and the others to stop. It seemed that Ningbo Tao was still hiding a trump card. Lin Ling can't escape because I have confidence that I can catch him. Wu Feiming immediately said. He was skilled in the Tao of Gu and was not weak in the art of chasing. Since Brother Feiming is so confident, this Lin Ling can't escape even if he grows wings. However, I'm curious as to why Brother Ningbo Tao is so confident. Kagura said casually, but her eyes were shining. Because she had heard that Ningbo Tao was an expert and she was even weaker than Ningbo Tao. Kagura originally thought that she would eventually surpass Ningbo Tao, but now that Ningbo Tao said this, Kagura began to doubt herself. The reason why Ningbo Tao dared to say such a thing meant that Ningbo Tao's strength had definitely increased. That's because I'm currently ranked 451st on the divine ranking. Ningbo Tao didn't want to reveal his true strength, but he also knew that if the three of them joined forces to suppress Lin Ling, his strength would definitely explode, so he didn't hide it. As soon as he said this, Kagura and Wu Ziming gasped. They looked at Ningbo Tao with eyes full of shock. If I remember correctly, Brother Ningbo Tao was only ranked 459 on the divine list not long ago. Wu Ziming's voice changed. In such a short period of time, Ningbo Tao had risen 8 ranks in a row. His progress was truly terrifying. One had to know that the higher one's ranking was, the more stable it would be. Not to mention 8 ranks, even 1 rank higher would take 3 or even 10 years. It was hard to imagine that he would be able to surpass 8 in a row. I was just lucky. Seeing their surprise, Ningbo Tao immediately said calmly. What? Kagura secretly shook her head. He was currently ranked 460. Even if he was lucky, he couldn't rush into the top 50 in a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel dispirited. Ningbo Tao was indeed martial god Wen Tian's disciple. He was too powerful. Then we'll leave Lin Ling to you, Brother Ning. The two of us will be responsible for preventing Lin Ling from escaping and assist you. Kagura immediately said. Sure. Ningbo Tao nodded proudly. However, although his ranking had greatly increased, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't weaker than him. This meant that Lin Ling's ranking on the divine list was also in the top 450. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Fortunately, Kagura and Wu Ziming were here to assist. With the three of them working together, Lin Ling would definitely die. After knowing Ningbo Tao's strength, Kagura and Wu Ziming's confidence increased greatly. They even believed that Ningbo Tao could kill Lin Ling in 3 moves. The three of them quickened their pace and finally stepped into the ancient black gold hall. The hall was huge. The walls and floor were all made of black gold. This caused the surroundings to be somewhat dark. Moreover, the silence was suffocating. Looking around, there seemed to be statues sitting in the darkness. They stood there motionlessly, giving people a feeling that they were alive. However, Ningbo Tao and the other 2 were experienced people. They weren't flustered at all. Kagura suddenly sneered, "This Lin Ling will probably be scared silly when he sees us. You guys are too slow." However, his words had just faded when a cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the large hall, causing numerous echoes. As far as the eye could see, there was a black gold dragon throne at the front of the hall. A young man in a blue robe was sitting on the throne. He was as imposing as the black gold great emperor. Beside the young man was a fist-sized evil spirit. This scene made one feel as if they had come to the underworld. The blue-robed young man was the god of the underworld. Ningbo Tao and the other 2 were stunned. That unstoppable aura from before was also continuing to weaken at this moment. In fact, the blue-robed young man's appearance was too shocking. The three of you have been chatting for so long, thinking about how to kill me. Don't you know that I've been waiting impatiently? Lin Ling said indifferently in the main hall. Boom. Ningbo Tao and the other two's hearts roared. They thought that no one would know, but who knew that Lin Ling had been waiting for them for a long time? Lin Ling knew that they were coming to kill him, but he didn't run away. Could there be something fishy about this? Lin Ling stopped pretending to be mysterious. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Kagura shouted angrily. Lin Ling couldn't help but sneer. Kagura, speaking of which, I'm not familiar with you. I don't understand why you're always targeting me. Although there are many assassins in the Flying Dragon organization, not everyone has a grudge against me. Bullshit. Kagura's eyes turned red. Do you know that the first record in Snow Wind Academy belongs to me, Kagura? I, Kagura, am the #1 monster in the history of Snow Wind Academy. Who do you think you are? So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded in realization. It seems that you're making things difficult for me for the sake of fame and fortune. I have to say you're really courting death. Haha, it's not certain who's courting death. Kagura laughed loudly. Today the three of us will join hands to suppress you. Brother Ning, please make your move, we'll help you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kagura erupted with all her realm essence. Wu Feiming did the same. Ningbo Tao glared at Lin Ling with resentment and erupted with all his strength. Countless sound waves pounced on Lin Ling. The entire black gold hall rumbled. Ningbo Tao didn't use his golden mace this time. Instead he exploded with all his strength. Ancestral power, talent, realm essence, all of them reached the pinnacle. Moreover, his 4 heavenly ears locked onto Lin Ling. This time he wanted to hear Lin Ling's thoughts. Ningbo Tao had the thunder sound ear, so he wanted to find Lin Ling's weakness. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would break his fist. Chapter 3650. What bad luck. How is this possible? Ningbo Tao roared in his mind. When martial artists fought, they would inevitably reveal their emotions. Ningbo Tao could hear these voices and even know how his opponent would react to his next attack. However, Lin Ling didn't hear anything. At the same time, Lin Ling's body began to turn black as if he was dyed in ink, giving off a chilling feeling. The reason why Ningbo Tao couldn't hear the voice in Lin Ling's mind was because Lin Ling didn't have a voice in his mind. Facing Ningbo Tao's attack, Lin Ling didn't think of any other way to resist. He only had one move. He clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Clean and direct, simple and violent. This was Lin Ling's inner voice. He didn't need to dodge or defend. He only needed to meet force with force. Rumble. The two powerhouses collided, and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Even Kagura and Natsuya, who were originally rushing forward, were somewhat unsteady. They originally wanted to help Ningbo Tao, but in front of them, a figure was suddenly sent flying backwards and smashed into the black gold ground. Clang, 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 clang. Kagura and Shika's pupils trembled. They focused their eyes and saw that the one who flew out was Ningbo Tao. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling again. They found that Lin Ling was still sitting in his chair looking at them with disdain. Brother Ning. Kagura and Shika flew back and helped Ningbo Tao up. Moreover, their hearts were roaring, violently roaring. They thought that Ningbo Tao would be able to suppress Lin Ling in one move with his improved strength. Although Ningbo Tao was defeated by Lin Ling in one move last time, they thought it was because Ningbo Tao was careless. But now Lin Ling was safe and sound. He didn't even move. Instead, Ningbo Tao was sent flying as if he couldn't withstand a single blow. Did this mean that Lin Ling was stronger than Ningbo Tao? Boom, 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 boom. Something seemed to collapse in their hearts at this moment. Perhaps it was the pillar in their hearts that collapsed. When he looked at Ningbo Tao again, he was not so surprised because he had always felt that Lin Ling was not much weaker than him. Of course, looking at it now, it wasn't that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him, but that he was much stronger than him. The three of you are idiots. At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You've only repelled Brother Ning. If the three of us join forces, you won't be a match for us. Kagura glared at Lin Ling and bellowed, the river flows east for 30 years, the river flows west for 30 years. Don't forget how the Killer Emperor suppressed you before you entered the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Emperor of Assassins? Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. It seems that you don't know. Your so-called king of assassins has already been killed by me. The three of them were stunned. It must be fake. You lied to me. Kagura's heart exploded as she glared at Seiji. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. A wine pot suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a sip and said, You should be very familiar with this wine pot. Wasn't that the wine pot of the Killer Emperor? At that time Lin Ling had snatched it from Xinjian. Later, during the Heroes' Assembly, the Killer Emperor had come for the wine pot. He had even mistaken Ningbo Tao for someone else and had beaten him up. The three of them had seen it with their own eyes. After that, the wine pot was taken back by the Killer Emperor. With the Killer Emperor's personality, it was impossible for him to hand over the wine pot again. Unless he was really dead and the wine pot was snatched by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had killed a demigod realm martial artist with the strength of a sage? Thinking of this, Ningbo Tao and the other two shuddered. Let me tell you something else. Your brother Xinjian also died in my hands. Lin Ling said again. His words made Kagura so angry that her face turned pale. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He stood up, took a sip of wine and strode toward the other exit. Where are you going? Wu Feiming frowned and said. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling knew that they were here to kill him. Not only did he not run away, but he also waited for them. Moreover, the Killer Emperor seemed to have died in Lin Ling's hands. This meant that Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill the three of them. Of course, all of this could be fake. Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying and making an empty fort. For a moment, Wu Feiming's heart was filled with doubts. Of course I left. As for you guys, I have to say that you're really stupid. After coming in, you've been paying attention to me, but you didn't pay attention to the entire hall. Lin Ling didn't stop walking and his contemptuous words floated out. At the same time in the pitch-black hall, a murderous aura finally spread out. In the darkness, the motionless stone statues finally moved and slowly walked forward. These weren't stone sculptures at all, but gigantic dragon demons. These dragon demons were all at the martial ancestor realm, and there were many of them. Now you should know how the king of assassins died. Just as Ningbo Tao and the other two's faces turned pale, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. The three of them were dumbfounded. They finally knew. It turned out that Lin Ling had hidden such an army of divine beasts. Ironically, they had thought that the three of them were lucky, but now it seemed that their luck was very bad. After Lin Ling stepped out of the hall, a terrifying battle broke out in the hall. The dragon demons attacked together, shaking the entire metal hall. However, Lin Ling didn't care at all and continued to walk forward. This was because he knew that Ningbo Tao and the other two couldn't stop the dragon demons. Sure enough, not long after, the dragon demons returned one after another, bringing with them a large number of treasures, which were taken from Ningbo Tao and the other two. As for Ningbo Tao and the other two, they were undoubtedly killed. Then Lin Ling recalled the dragon demons into the dragon pearl. I didn't expect you to have such a dragon pearl. At this moment, the giant ghost, who had been floating nearby, looked at the dragon pearl and suddenly said, Is there anything strange about it? Lin Ling couldn't help but turn his head to look. In fact, this can also be called a type of dragon egg, but this kind of dragon egg is in the state of a dragon pearl at first. After 99,999 years, it will turn into an egg, and after another 10,000 years, it will give birth to a divine dragon. The divine dragon is the king of dragon pearls, so it's no small matter. Unfortunately, the dragon egg in your hand is broken, which is a pity. The giant ghost said fiercely. Lin Ling didn't expect the evil ghost to be so knowledgeable, so he immediately asked, This dragon pearl needs a long time to turn into a dragon egg, right? During this process, no one can guarantee that the dragon pearl will successfully transform, right? That's true, the giant ghost said. But sometimes the world is fair. The longer you go through hardships, the more powerful the divine dragon will be after hatching a batch of dragon eggs. Then what's the use of this broken dragon pearl? Chapter 3651. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Evil Spirit. Didn't you see it? The inside of the dragon pearl is a world of its own, which can be used to store all kinds of things. Otherwise, do you think those dragon demons would not be bored after being in the dragon pearl for so long? That's because it's actually a universal void world. So powerful? I really haven't checked it. However, those who possess the Dragon Ball fragments cannot enter that world because the world needs a core and you are that core. That's why you can't enter the Dragon Ball. So that's how it is. However, I have as many as 3 of these Dragon Ball fragments. One of them is used to store the dragon demon. As for the other two, I don't know what to store. As long as you have the Dragon Ball fragments, you don't have to be afraid that you won't have anything to store them. Moreover, you are in the Black Gold Castle. There are not many things here but many ghosts. Lin Ling talked as he walked, searching for the divine pellet according to his memories. All of a sudden he arrived at a black gold palace. Li Xiaoyao had been here before, which meant that he was getting closer and closer to the divine pellet. However, Lin Ling could see that the main hall was different from the past because there was a blue banner in the center of the main hall. The banner was emitting surging yin qi and ghost qi. Strange symbols were engraved on it, giving off an extremely evil feeling. Judging from the aura and symbols, Lin Ling had never seen it before, so he guessed that it should be something from the era of gods. Dark Cloud Flag. At this moment, the fist-sized giant ghost beside him said, "You'd better pull it out." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was a bit cautious, but after thinking for a moment he chose to believe in the giant ghost. Although the giant ghost was strange, it didn't seem to care about anything except his background. Therefore it probably wouldn't harm him. Lin Ling immediately shot forward, wanting to pull out the evil flag. But at that moment, a rumbling sound came from above. Then a large metal rock smashed down and blocked Lin Ling's path to the flag. After the metal rock smashed into the ground, it actually started to wriggle, and a terrifying aura quietly spread out. This made Lin Ling's expression change. He thought of the metallic stone men. Moreover, this metallic stone man was no small matter. It was even larger than the ones they saw on the main road. Ka. The metallic stone man gradually turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. However, it was more accurate to call it an evil spirit than a giant. It looked similar to a giant ghost. Its muscles were solid and had a metallic luster to them. It held a chain in its left hand and a huge fork in its right hand. Its head was as big as a millstone and its fangs were gleaming. It looked like a yaksha from the underworld. This demon most likely possesses the soul of a martial progenitor. Lin Ling knew that the birth of these evil spirits actually came from the souls of powerhouses. He should be an intermediate martial ancestor. Giant Ghost immediately corrected him. As he spoke, the evil spirit had already pounced over with a speed of 800 worlds. Seeing this, Lin Ling's body also quietly turned pitch black. Wisps of smoke spread out and he also turned into a monster. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he ferociously slashed at the evil spirit that was pouncing at him. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's dragon claws were numb from the impact. One should know that he had already used his realm essence. However, such a powerful force was reflected back. Looking at the evil spirit, the spear in its hand was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. However, very quickly, the metal flowed like water and returned to the form of a spear. It can do that. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Whoosh. After the spear was restored, the evil spirit immediately stabbed at Lin Ling. At the same time, the chain in its other hand was also swung at Lin Ling. The two attacks, one from the left and one from the right, were accompanied by a merciless metallic luster. However, Lin Ling had rich combat experience. The tyrannical song sword in his hand vibrated and demonic chi spread out. 50% of the demonic sword stage was activated. It was even more ferocious than before. Clang! The chain immediately wrapped around Lin Ling's sword. At the same time, Lin Ling also swung his sword and blocked the giant ghost spear. So powerful. Wow! Lin Ling was even more shocked. This was only the soul of a middle-stage martial ancestor, but it was able to fight against his full strength. Little Kunlun! Lin Ling shouted. Vines shot out from his left arm and turned into an endless primitive forest that drowned the evil spirit. Cha, cha, cha. The two sides were very close. The evil spirit was obviously unable to block Little Kunlun's attack. Little Kunlun's vines were like a saw, cutting the evil spirit piece by piece. However, the metal liquid merged again and soon turned into an evil spirit from the underworld. Furthermore, the evil spirit that had just been revived did not stop and pounced at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. Little Kunlun had previously told him that Little Kunlun's extreme imprisoning divine rune was ineffective against it. One must know that God Emperor Zhang had once said that the extreme imprisoning divine rune could imprison gods. Of course, there were other reasons why it was ineffective. First, Little Kunlun's extreme imprisoning divine rune was not fully cultivated. Second, the evil spirit had no talent at all. Or perhaps, both of these possibilities were possible. Illusory God World. Without thinking, Lin Ling took a step back and retreated. In midair, the dragon bow appeared and the Buddha god descends. Thousand Buddhas greeting. Countless dragon god arrows shot towards the evil spirit with the power of the Buddha god. Swoosh, swoosh. This time the effect was obvious. The evil spirit was riddled with holes and the recovery speed of the pierced areas slowed down. Indeed, Buddha could restrain evil spirits. However, although the effect was there, it could not kill the evil spirit. After all the arrows were shot, the evil spirit did not die at all. It continued to move forward and was not bewitched by Lin Ling's illusory god world. It headed straight for Lin Ling's real body. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling became more and more shocked. Even a half-step martial god would not be able to do anything to such an evil spirit. This was only the soul of a mid-stage martial ancestor. What if it was the soul of a martial god? Lin Ling did not dare to imagine. Then Lin Ling saw that the evil spirit was still moving forward. He activated the space-time divine steel and the chaos eye. These two methods could not kill the evil spirit, but they could slow it down. At the same time, Lin Ling activated the nether sword and the 18 divine weapons shot out like butterflies, penetrating the ground and slashing at the evil spirit. Clang, clang, clang. The evil spirit was cut in half again, but soon, the black gold quietly recovered and gradually merged. Go! Lin Ling pointed with his right hand and the 18 divine swords attacked again. Clang, clang. However, this time, when the divine swords landed on the evil spirit, they could only produce dazzling sparks and could not cut it open. Fuck. Lin Ling's heart thumped. This evil spirit could continue to grow stronger? If Yu Yu's divine sword was here, perhaps it could be killed. In fact, the tyrannical song sword could also do it, but it has not been activated yet. Lin Ling kept retreating and his face was extremely solemn. Boom. Chapter 3652. Ghost Sealing Technique. Fortunately, Lin Ling's speed had reached 900 worlds, which was slightly faster than the evil ghost. Therefore, his life was not in danger for the time being, but he could forget about advancing any further. Moreover, Lin Ling's innate talent fusion had a time limit. Although it lasted for a long time, it would be exhausted sooner or later. Therefore, the situation was somewhat unfavorable to Lin Ling. Currently, he only had two options. First, he had to leave before the innate talent fusion disappeared. 2. Charge forward with all your might. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he didn't pull out that flag, it would be useless even if he rushed forward. That evil spirit would keep chasing him. Damn it. Lin Ling was extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that in this 8 gods heavenly palace, the only one who could threaten him was the god of assassins. But now, it seemed that the Black Gold Castle could easily kill him. Last time, Li Xiaoyao also encountered a lot of danger, but he was not as embarrassed as this time. Most importantly, Li Xiaoyao had already reached the martial progenitor realm while Lin Ling was only at the peak martial saint realm. I can only use my final trump card. That power should be able to kill this monster. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. He also had some thoughts in his heart. In the final world, those powerhouses thought that they stood at the peak of the 9 provinces, but compared to the most ancient secret, they were nothing more than ants. Not to mention others, just a single evil spirit from the Black Gold Castle was enough to sweep through many experts in the final world. Steps of the gods. Lin Ling shouted. His soul force gushed out, forming an ancient throne of gods above his head. The light of wisdom spread out, forming a world and suppressing the evil spirits. Upon seeing that mysterious power, the metal-like evil spirit's eyes revealed a look of horror, and it quietly took a step back. This allowed Lin Ling to finally relax. The steps of God were effective. From the looks of it, the energy that he had learned from the ethereal tower was the foundation of all living beings, capable of suppressing all living beings. Rumble. Suppressed by the stairway of wisdom, the evil spirit instantly lay on the ground, its entire body trembling. Moreover, its entire body started to melt, gradually disappearing into the ground, fusing with the earth as one. Everything returned to normal. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally relaxed. What a difficult thing to deal with. If another one came, Lin Ling would have no choice but to turn around and leave. Without any further hesitation, Lin Ling hurriedly shot towards the flag. However, whatever he was afraid of, something was born. Just as Lin Ling was about to approach the flag, there was a rumbling sound above his head. Another huge metal rock fell down. After a loud boom, it turned into a huge metal demon in front of Lin Ling. This demon looked a little different. It had 3 heads, a tongue that was more than a meter long, and its fangs emitted a metallic luster. It was 10 meters tall. It was most likely an evil spirit transformed from a late-stage martial ancestor. Jiejia. It could even make a sound as if a nighthawk was crying. Why are these evil spirits each more powerful than the other? Lin Ling's eyes shuddered as he subconsciously took a few steps backward. The evil spirit from before had the speed of 800 worlds. This one was definitely more than that. In other words, Lin Ling would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. The truth is, these evil spirits' weakness is that they are afraid of the forces of justice, Bodhi glow, etc. At that instant, the giant ghost that had been floating around Lin Ling spoke. Nonsense. Lin Ling cursed. How could he not know that? Even though the heavens and earth had a way of countering one another, when the power of evil was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the power of justice, the power of justice would pale in comparison. Even though Lin Ling had the dragon bow of the Arhat, it was obvious that he could not inflict any damage to the evil spirit. Its weakness is its soul. The giant ghost said once again. Nonsense. Lin Ling cursed again. He was well aware of that too. However, the evil spirit's soul was hidden inside the black gold, which was able to resist the invasion of Lin Ling's soul. He had already tried it before. If you use the Great Ghost Sealing technique in your current soul power, you should be able to seal this evil spirit. The giant ghost's voice sounded again. This time Lin Ling tilted his head and blinked. You mean you have a way to seal it? I do. The giant ghost said fiercely. However, Lin Ling knew that it was actually answering him calmly. Fuck. Lin Ling almost choked the giant ghost to death with his hands. If you have a way, why didn't you say so earlier? Despite being glared at by Lin Ling, the giant ghost continued to say fiercely, I thought you wanted to fight them, so I didn't say anything. Lin Ling. Since things had come to this, he immediately asked the giant ghost for advice. The giant ghost didn't hide anything either. It easily taught Lin Ling a set of mysterious sealing techniques. This sealing technique was similar to the one used to seal the little white mink, but it was more complicated. If not for Lin Ling's superb skills in the field of spirit formations, he would not have been able to learn it in a short period of time. After learning the sealing technique, Lin Ling's hands moved rapidly just as the evil spirit was about to pounce on him. In the end, he shouted majestically, Seal! A strange energy surged out and wrapped around the evil spirit, causing it to let out a hideous and ear-piercing sound. Then it gradually shrank until it turned into a fist-sized metal ball. Furthermore, it was floating in the air. This metal ball looked very beautiful, but Lin Ling knew that this fist-sized ball could easily take his life. Fortunately, he had agreed to let the giant ghost follow him. At the crucial moment, the giant ghost played its role. Otherwise, he would have already died in the netherworld. This metal ball belongs to the black gold castle. It's impossible for others to take it away, just like the black gold armor we're wearing. It's a pity? Looking at the metal ball, Lin Ling could not help but sigh. He had seen the evil spirit's combat prowess with his own eyes. If it could become his bodyguard, that would be great. The dark cloud flag can take it away. However, at this moment, the giant ghost said again. Lin Ling could not help but blink his eyes as he looked at it. He discovered that the little thing's face was calm, as if it was talking about something very ordinary. However, Lin Ling's heart was pounding. If he brought such an evil spirit with him, wouldn't it be the same as bringing a half-step martial god with him? On top of that, he was the strongest half-martial god. Because the evil spirit was not afraid of any of his methods, it meant that it was stronger than the Emperor of Assassins. Then, can we use the dark cloud flag to control it? Lin Ling asked cautiously. Yes, but the ghost sealing technique can also control it. The giant ghost said fiercely. Fuck. Lin Ling had an impulse to beat the giant ghost up. It was such an important piece of information, and the giant ghost had said it last. He, Lin Ling, had fought with the evil spirit for nothing and exhausted all his strength. The Black Gold Castle's recovery speed was very slow. This meant that Lin Ling would need a long time to recover to his peak. Chapter 3653. Save Xiaoning from the Northern District. Depressing, this giant ghost must be crazy. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He pulled out the flag and placed it into the Dragon Ball. Then he threw the metal ball into the Dragon Ball as well. Only then did he slowly leave. However, although Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy, he had also obtained a powerful bodyguard. This made Lin Ling feel a little better. As they continued forward, they encountered 2 more evil spirits. However, they were much weaker than the previous one, so Lin Ling collected them as well. After a long time he finally arrived at a secret room. The room was filled with dust, and there was a white skeleton corpse lying in the corner. The clothes on its body were all tattered. And this white bone was Taoist Master Lu. In the past, this person had some grudges with Li Xiaoyao, but now that he was dead, all the grudges were gone. Martial artists, if they cannot break through the shackles of heaven and earth, the result will still be a pile of yellow earth. Looking at the enemy from his previous life, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Immortal Lu was dead. Li Xiaoyao was still alive. It had to be said that this felt as if it was predestined. Although you and I had a grudge in the past, it was only a small grudge and not a great grudge. Furthermore, you're already dead, so all of the grudges have disappeared. Thus, since we've encountered each other, I'll bury you. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He used the tyrannical song sword to dig up the black gold ground and buried the white skeleton inside. However, he had exhausted a lot of his strength, so digging a hole made him gasp for breath like an ox. Most importantly, the black gold ground was simply too hard. As for the treasures on spiritual Master Lu's body, most of them have already been eroded by the wind. After Lin Ling took the divine pill, he opened it to take a look. The pill was still in good condition. Therefore he immediately swallowed it. With that, he would have 100% chance of ranking up to the martial progenitor realm. Thus Lin Ling felt like the bitterness was finally over. Furthermore, there was an 80% chance of resurrection. This 1,000 years chronicle pill had such an effect. However, it was only suitable for breaking through to the Saint realm. It could not revive those who died in other realms. I wonder how Yu and the others are doing. Hurry up and find them. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly left the East District. In reality, he should be looking for a place to recover his boundary essence. However, Lin Ling was worried about Yu and the others, so he could only recover while walking. However, although the recovery speed of his boundary essence was slow, the recovery speed of his physical body was not slow. Among them, his soul force was the fastest. This made Lin Ling feel somewhat gratified. The benefits of triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit were once again displayed. Yu and the others are actually in the Western District. Xiaoning is in the Northern District. Let's go to the Northern District first. A jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He could roughly see everyone's movements. Right now he was fully prepared and he was just short of a breakthrough. However, the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. This required luck. Lin Ling felt that it would happen within the next 10 days. As for which day, Lin Ling wasn't too sure. Walking along the East District, Lin Ling also saw some experts from the academy. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they were extremely wary and took a detour. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. These guys were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. In reality, although Lin Ling could defeat them now, it would not be easy. Unfortunately, those guys ran away on their own. Lin Ling. Just as he walked out of the East District, a few voices came from afar. Looking over, it was Tianao and Luo Wuchang. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul force sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Moreover, it was an increase in their talent. Without a doubt, they should be qualified to become the experts of the Divine Third Hall. Have you found your opportunity? Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. Yes, our luck is not bad. Both of them smiled excitedly and walked over quickly. 5th grade talent. Lin Ling also instantly sensed their changes and could not help but feel happy for them. 5th grade talent. Speaking of which, except for the time and space divine steel, Lin Ling's other talents had not reached such a boundary. However, Lin Ling could fuse talents and superimpose the power of his talents so he could instantly surpass them. Lin Ling, you're injured? Suddenly, Luo Wuchang frowned and looked at Lin Ling. I encountered a few monsters, so I used a lot of sector essence. Lin Ling immediately nodded. No wonder I couldn't sense any sector essence on you. Tianao suddenly said and then laughed. Don't worry, in this black gold castle, we will protect you until you recover your sector essence. Yes, this time it's up to us to protect you. Luo Wuchang suddenly became excited. Both of them owed Lin Ling a favor. At this moment, when they saw that they could help Lin Ling, they were naturally overjoyed. Lin Ling did not refuse. It was indeed not suitable for him to waste his strength at this moment. After all, he had to be wary of the god of assassins. Moreover, he had a feeling that there would be a big battle coming up. Then thank you both. Lin Ling quickly thanked them. Don't say that. You're treating us as outsiders. Next, where do you plan to go? Tianao waved his hand and said. To the North District. Lin Ling did not waste any more time. After he finished speaking, he immediately moved forward. In fact, although Lin Ling's sector essence was exhausted, his divine devil body still existed. His physical strength had recovered to 4,000 sector essence. Unless it was a celestial stairway expert on the divine list, he was not afraid of ordinary experts. The three of them hurried forward. However, as soon as they entered the North District, Lin Ling noticed Xiao Ning's trace and rushed towards him. This also made Lin Ling frown. Not long after, the figure of a young girl appeared in front of him. Lin Ling also noticed that the little white mink was not beside Xiao Ning. On the contrary, behind Xiao Ning, several men revealed a mocking smile and followed her step by step. They were as arrogant as they could be. Meanwhile, Xiao Ning bit her lips and charged forward with her head down. However, when she saw the figure in the distance, Xiao Ning smiled excitedly. She quickened her pace and rushed in front of Lin Ling. "Uncle Lin." When she reached Lin Ling, Xiao Ning was panting heavily. It's okay." Lin Ling nodded and looked at the few people who were chasing Xiao Ning. Those few people were not strong. They were not on the divine list and were only experts of the divine third hall. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces changed drastically and they almost turned around and ran away. "Kneel down and I'll give you a way out." However, Lin Ling said coldly. He believed that those few people knew about Xiao Ning's background. However, they still dared to touch Xiao Ning. This meant that they were doing it knowingly. Those few people's faces became paler. They were all afraid of Lin Ling. However, one of them suddenly frowned and looked at Lin Ling carefully. Only then did he realize that Lin Ling did not have any sector essence on him. This meant that Lin Ling was currently very, very weak. The reason for this was that Lin Ling must have been in a big battle not long ago and used up all his sector essence. He had seen many signs like this before. Chapter 3654. The Mysterious Western District. The others narrowed their eyes and hurriedly checked. One of them even took out a crystal pearl to check Lin Ling's boundary essence. And in the end, they discovered that Lin Ling's boundary essence was very weak. Even though it was recovering, the speed was extremely slow. Lin Ling, how many days do you have? Kneel down and hand over your treasures and I'll give you a chance to live. Those people began to roar and yell. Lin Ling, who didn't have any boundary essence, was nothing. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned. He did not expect these people to be so confident. He could not help but shake his head. Even if he didn't have realm essence, he could still easily kill them by relying on his physical body. Without further ado, Lin Ling looked at Xiao Ning and said, "Xiao Ning, where's your little white mink? Did that guy run away? How dare you not listen to me?" No. Xiao Ning quickly waved her hands. "I was originally with Auntie Yuyu, but Auntie Yuyu realized that Auntie Girl was in danger, so she quickly went to help. I was afraid that something would happen to Auntie Girl, so I also asked the little white mink to help." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Xiao Ning was just a mortal. Apart from the worn-out crossbow in her hand, she didn't have any combat ability. But she gave the little white mink to Girl. It had to be said that this little girl was really kind. "You're so stupid," Lin Ling said helplessly. "But Uncle Lin said that I'm in charge of protecting Auntie Yuyu and the others." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Xiao Ning lowered her head as tears streamed down her face. "Idiot, I'm saying that you should protect yourself. You're my family. If something happens to you, Lin Ling, will feel guilty. Remember, you're my family, not my slave. Don't ever look down on yourself." Lin Ling said word by word. Xiao Ning's body trembled as she raised her head. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she nodded heavily. "Have you said enough?" At this moment, those people finally let out a sharp voice. It seemed that they were a little angry. Indeed, Lin Ling actually ignored them? How dare a piece of trash be so arrogant? "Lin Ling, use all your tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you." "Kill him. Let's kill Tianao and the others as well so that no one can testify." Those people's eyes turned cold and they wanted to kill Lin Li. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately pounced over and unleashed their powerful attacks. "Lin, be careful." Tian's words. Tian's Yuyu? No. But Yuyu is Yuyu. Lin Ling's dimensional essence was already exhausted. Even if he still had other methods, his battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. It was simply impossible for him to be their match. But now Lin Ling actually said that he didn't need it? Damn it, were they looking down on them? There's no need for that. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Tianao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other, nodded, and pounced on the others. You guys take care of the trash heavenly pride, I'll take care of Lin Ling. Among this group of people, the strongest one attacked Lin Ling. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Lin Ling, he would be able to become an expert on the heavenly stairway. He didn't even need to go to the divine pagoda for the test. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. The academy that he was in would probably be proud of him. Thinking of this, the expert smiled. No need. Lin Ling, a piece of trash, dared to say that he didn't need help? What a joke. As for Tianao and the rest, they blocked the other experts, but they were extremely worried. Without the dimensional essence, Lin Ling couldn't activate the power of his talent. He couldn't even use the treasure in his hands. What could Lin Ling use to fight against them? Uncle. Uncle. Xiaoning also knew what was going on and shouted worriedly. However, Lin Ling pulled her behind him. At the same time, the talents were quietly fusing. However, due to the lack of soul power, the fusion failed. The black sludge couldn't stain Lin Ling's body at all. His arms were like a dragon's claw and a human's arm. This made Lin Ling a little strange. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be so funny. When the expert saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, at this moment, Lin Ling attacked. Even if the fusion didn't succeed, he still threw out a punch. This punch had the power of 5,000 worlds. Boom. That expert didn't even enter the divine list. He thought that he could take advantage of Lin Ling, but he forgot that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Crack, crack. With one punch, the black gold armor on the expert's body cracked. What? Exclamation point. The expert's eyes widened. Fuck. Where did this Lin Ling get his strength from? Boom. Then, before he could say another word, his body exploded. Even the black gold armor was no exception. It all fell to the ground. As for Tianao and the rest who were still fighting, they all stopped moving. Their hearts exploded. Exploding the armor with one punch? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Lin Ling lost half of his strength to kill him, it would still require a sky stairway expert on the divine list. Lin Ling had already left with Xiaoning. At the same time, he said lightly, "You two hurry up." Hurry? Tianao and Luo Wuchang were stunned. Then they roared, "Kill them in half an hour. Hurry." Both of them didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Ling because they had promised to return the favor to Lin Ling. Damn, why is Tianao so fierce? Isn't he from the divine second hall? Yes. My Luo Wuchang is also fierce. He can enter the divine third hall. Wait, it was a misunderstanding. Yes. Those who fought with Tianao and the rest regretted it now. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Tianao and the rest in the end. Lin Ling continued to move forward. Not long after, Tianao and the rest caught up with him. They looked at Lin Ling in shock. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had lost his boundary essence, would still be stronger than them. What a freak. Physical strength. Lin Ling knew their doubts and explained calmly. That's awesome. He can kill a martial ancestor realm expert with just his physical strength. I also want to learn physical strength. Damn, someone like Lin Ling is simply too perfect. Realm essence, physical strength, TSK. When the two of them heard Lin Ling's words, they were immediately jealous. Unfortunately, they didn't know that physical strength couldn't be cultivated overnight. Lin Ling had started to cultivate his physical strength in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was only now that he had reached his current level. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them and quickened his pace. He thought of Shen Yuangur and Yu and couldn't help but worry. Gur is in danger. Moreover, she's in the Western District. Why did she go there? That place has many taboos. Yes. Lin Ling was also very familiar with the Western District. That place had more treasures, but it was also the most dangerous place in the ancient castle. According to legend, that place led to the Netherworld. Chapter 3655. Platinum Hall. Back in the day, Li Xiaoyao had also been to the Western District. However, under countless dangers, he still couldn't find the way to the 6th level. With no other choice, he could only leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace and search for the key to the 6th level in the outside world. Only then did he reach the 6th level. Of course, compared to the shortcut from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, searching for the key would undoubtedly take more time and effort. At that moment, Qianao and the rest had caught up. When they heard that Lin Ling was going to the Western District, they told him everything they knew. Western District, I think most of the experts are gathered in the Western District. Previously, I heard from Fairy Xn Yen and the others that someone had obtained a great treasure in the Western District, and his strength had greatly increased. That's right. Originally, Fairy Xinyan and the others also wanted to go to the Western District, but I stopped them. So now they are still in the Southern District. I reckon that the Western District is very dangerous and not suitable for them to roam around. Lin Ling, you have to be careful. After all, Princess Tian, Grandmaster Silver Plume, Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming and Kagura should all be in the Western District. You've offended them before, and this time they'll definitely attack you. There's also the Duan clan, led by Duan Feihong. That old fellow's strength isn't weak. After that, they all looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, Ningbo Tao and the others can't threaten me because they are all dead. However, Princess Tian and the others can't be underestimated. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Actually, the one he was truly afraid of was the god of assassins, the #1 expert of the Flying Dragon organization, the legendary top-notch assassin. However, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. If Princess Tian and the others became stronger, they might be able to cause trouble for Lin Ling. In addition, Longyang was also there. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but quicken his pace and sense his strength. He discovered that his physical body was about to recover to the power of 6,000 worlds, but the recovery of his world essence was still extremely slow. At this moment, there were indeed more people in the West District. Not only were there many large halls connected from head to tail, but there were also many secret rooms around the large halls, and there were countless treasures inside. Many people had obtained fortuitous encounters here, and their strength had greatly increased. As they walked along the halls and reached the final hall, they discovered that this hall was even more majestic. Furthermore, it was no longer made of black gold but white gold. And in this vast hall, the most eye-catching thing was a huge platinum coffin. This platinum coffin sat in a corner and from afar, it looked like an ancient mountain. Above the platinum coffin, there was an inconspicuous red flag. The flag had unknown symbols drawn on it, and it was filled with an evil aura. Looking at the surroundings of the huge coffin, the people were as busy as ants. They did not pay any attention to the platinum coffin. Instead, they were constantly searching the secret chambers around the palace. Not long after, they all walked out of the secret chamber with joyful smiles on their faces. Of course, this place wasn't without danger. From time to time, platinum rocks would fall from the roof and transform into giants, easily killing several academy experts. Fortunately, there were many strong people in the academy. After using all their strength, they finally broke through the platinum rock. However, it was extremely difficult for them to recover their depleted world essence. And in a corner of the palace, a large number of people were surrounding two women. They were eyeing them covetously, and some even had evil smiles on their faces. "Yu Shenyuange, I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you submit to me?" A moment later, a clear voice with a domineering aura quietly floated out. Princess Tian was sitting on a chair, her hands supporting her cheeks as she looked indifferently at the two women in the crowd. She clearly didn't care about the treasures in the secret chambers. Instead, she took a fancy to the divine sword in Yu Yu's hand. Moreover, she had a feeling that the true treasure in this palace hadn't appeared yet. "Submit to you?" The women surrounded by the crowd all had different temperaments. One was as light as a snow lotus, with fair skin and exquisite facial features. The other had large eyes that seemed to be able to speak, but they flickered with the light of wisdom. Coupled with the faintly discernible evil smile at the corner of her mouth, she gave off the feeling of a little witch. Without a doubt, these two women were extremely charming. Even in the 36th Academy, they were rare beauties. Naturally, they were Yu Yu and Shen Yuange. At this moment, they looked at each other and smiled beautifully. Shen Yuange smiled and said, "Princess Tian, I see that your background is not small. Why don't you submit to me? I think you are very suitable to be my maid." "How dare you?" Immediately, someone shouted angrily. Was Master Yin. He was a supreme with golden patterns. Everyone present gave him face. Therefore, he alone could summon many strong people from the academy. "Master, are you satisfied after being beaten up by my husband? If you don't want to be beaten up again, why don't you submit to me and be my family's coachman?" At this moment, Yu Yu also spoke indifferently. Master Yin didn't expect these two beautiful women to be so vicious with their words. Previously, he wanted to use his charm and charisma to make these two beauties submit to him. However, Princess Tian wasn't angry. Instead, she clapped her hands and said, "Arrogant. As expected of Lin Ling's woman. I underestimated you before." Princess Tian, you surrounded us. Aren't you afraid that Lin Ling will come and settle the score with you when he comes? Xian Yuan said indifferently. I have to say that you know the human heart very well. You know how to take advantage of the situation. However, you have underestimated me. Previously I gave in to Lin Ling. It wasn't because I was afraid of him. I was just using him. When I achieved my goal, he was nothing more than this. Therefore, even if he comes, it will be useless. Perhaps he will die if he comes. Princess Tian said lazily. You don't have to say that. Of course, we know that you are using Brother Ling. However, Brother Ling is also using you. Tell me, what do you want to do now? Yu said. It's very simple. I have my eyes on your sword, the scriptures on Shen Yuange, and the little white mink. If you give them to me, I will let you go. Also, you can tell Lin Ling that he is welcome to visit Miao Shen's true inheritance at any time. Princess Tian said with a smile. She didn't look like a woman. Instead, she looked more like an emperor. So that's how it is. But let me ask you one thing. I have taken a fancy to that gown you are wearing, as well as the necklace you are wearing, as well as the brocade pouch you are wearing at your waist. If you give them to us, we will call you sisters and welcome you to visit our house at any time. What do you say? Yes. Shen Yuange's beautiful face remained unchanged. She had the demeanor of a woman as she smiled faintly. That's impossible. Princess Tian was still smiling. So, it's impossible for us too. Yes. Shen Yuange shrugged slightly. Chapter 3656. Attrition Warfare. Princess Tian was still not angry. She said calmly, however, everything has its roots. Even if I think highly of you, there are some things that you still have to face. So, you can reject me, but I will use force to take it. If you lose, not only will you lose the treasure, you will also lose people. I think there are many men here who are interested in you. So, this is the last chance I'm giving you. Think it over. There's no need. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you have any tricks, just use them. Yu and Shen Yuange looked at each other and expressed their determination. Yu's sword was given to her by Lin Ling. The little white sable and the scriptures were also taken back by Lin Ling at the risk of his life. Therefore, there was no way they would hand them over. Moreover, Lin Ling was an arrogant person. When had he ever lowered his head to an enemy? They were Lin Ling's women. Naturally, they wouldn't embarrass Lin Ling. I like a woman with backbone. Ordinary flowers can't attract me at all. Only such a woman has a fatal temptation to me. The experts in the surroundings licked their lips when they heard Yu and the others, and they were ready to make a move. Whoosh. One person immediately rushed out and tried to grab Shen Yuange. This person was a celestial stairway expert on the divine list, ranked at the bottom. Seeing this, Shen Yuange immediately activated the scripture. It formed a page of scripture and pressed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, comparable to Lin Ling's space-time divine steel. The power of the ancestors was even more powerful. The face of the person who attacked changed. He did not expect Shen Yuange to be so powerful. After his attack failed, he immediately retreated. As for him, it was obvious that he was only probing. Just as he landed, another expert made his move. However, he was immediately repelled by Shen Yuange's scripture. Moreover, he had lost in a somewhat embarrassing manner, falling to the ground and eating dog shit. If not for the fact that Shen Yuange didn't want to mess things up and didn't follow up with another attack, that person might have already died. Trash, you can't even deal with a mere woman. Seeing that person in such a sorry state, an angry voice immediately rang out. Not far away, a middle-aged man surrounded by many experts spoke in a dignified manner. Duan Feihong. As one of the powerhouses who possessed one of the keys, he had always kept a low profile in this trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. However, those who knew him knew that he was not as simple as he seemed. Keeping a low profile was only for the sake of the big picture. After being scolded by Duan Feihong, that person felt that he was too ashamed to face anyone, so he ran away with his tail between his legs. Your strength is really not weak. Little girl, your main goal is to defeat your opponent, and you don't follow up with your victory. Moreover, you only sent one person to fight. Therefore, you should be stalling for time. Truly cunning little girl. Duan Feihong coldly looked at Shen Yuange and scolded disdainfully. Old man, you didn't attack all at once. Instead, you sent some spectators who didn't know the situation to fight and admitted defeat after one attack. You should want to waste our realm essence, right? Then you send your own people to fight. Without wasting a single soldier, you seized our treasure. truly a cunning old man. Yu Yu glanced at Duan Feihong and also calmly retorted. Duan Feihong's eyes instantly became unsightly, because what Yu Yu said was exactly what they were thinking. After all, Yu Yu had the divine sword. If they forcefully snatched it, there would definitely be countless casualties. Therefore he and Princess Tian weren't stupid. Their goal was to waste Yu Yu and the other's realm essence. The two of you are becoming more and more shocking. Daring to be the green leaves behind Lin Ling is truly a waste of your talent. However, even if you know, so what? Princess Tian also spoke at this time. Then she gave a look to the people behind her. Immediately, another person came out to fight. Yu Yu and Princess Tian were both unyielding and stubborn. However, once their realm essence was exhausted, let's see if they could still be stubborn. The person who attacked was even stronger than the previous one. Powerful techniques were constantly being used to suppress them. Shen Yuange instantly felt a huge pressure. After all, she had already fought fiercely against two people in a row. However, at this time, the little white mink appeared and turned into a fatal illusion, causing that person to be immersed in it. Seeing this, Shen Yuange erupted with a page of scripture and smashed that person into pieces. Junior brother Lin. Angry voices immediately sounded from the crowd. Then they glared at Shen Yuange with resentment. Shen Yuange's face was slightly pale. Clearly, after fighting 3 consecutive battles and all of them were experts on the god list, she was somewhat exhausted. After all, the power of the page of scripture that she activated was indeed powerful. However, it also consumed a lot of realm essence. Let me. At this time, Yu Yu also pulled out the devouring heaven's fortune sword in her hand and wanted to fight in place of Shen Yuange. However, Shen Yuange waved her hand. She had a feeling that Lin Ling must be rushing here at this moment. Therefore, she and Yu Yu had to delay as much time as possible. I can still fight, Shen Yuange said to Yu Yu. Looking at the determined Shen Yuange, many people secretly admired her. Not only was this woman arrogant, but her willpower was also very good. 3 moves. If you can't defeat me in 3 moves, I will admit defeat. This time it was a handsome man who walked out. He did not bully Shen Yuange. Instead, he said with great admiration. This was because he knew that there were not many people who could do what Shen Yuange did. Alright. Shen Yuange immediately nodded. The man also pulled out a saber formed from ice. His talent erupted as each saber locked onto Shen Yuange's vital points. Following that, the saber swept towards Shen Yuange, a 6th grade ultimate desolate body. This was the man's powerful trump card. The first saber was barely blocked by Shen Yuange. The second saber cut off a strand of Shen Yuange's long hair. The third saber cut through Shen Yuange's shoulder, causing fresh blood to flow out. Gah! Upon seeing this, Yu Yu anxiously shouted. The surrounding people revealed cold smiles, hoping that the man would be ruthless. Unfortunately, the man retracted his saber at the critical moment and said indifferently, "There are very, very few women who can see through life and death. Previously, I could tell that you were risking your life for these 3 saber moves. Therefore, the 3 saber moves are over. I've lost." Upon seeing this, many people secretly cursed. Shen Yuange had almost been crippled, but the man had retracted his saber at the critical moment. However, the man was ranked 471st on the stairway to heaven. Most people did not dare to offend him. As for Princess Tian, she did not mind. This was because although Shen Yuange's shoulder was injured, he had exhausted his boundary essence. He was no longer a concern. Next, as long as Yu Yu exhausted her boundary essence, the treasures would be within her sight. Especially the divine sword, which she had coveted for a long time. As for Yu Yu, she helped Shen Yuange to sit down. She also instructed the little white mink to look after Shen Yuange and not leave her. Following that, she walked out with the sword in hand. Lin Ling trash. At this moment, a strange-looking man suddenly walked out. The moment he opened his mouth, he mocked Lin Ling. He had clearly received the Duan family's Duan Feihong's order to deliberately anger Yu Yu. Say that again. Chapter 3657. Sky Scorpio Sword. I said that Lin Ling is a coward, a piece of trash. The ugly man obviously didn't expect that such a lowly provocation would be so effective. It was far beyond his expectations. If he could exhaust half of Yu Yu's boundary essence, the Duan clan would definitely reward him greatly. What, you don't accept it? You don't want me to say it? However, I insist on saying that Lin Ling is a piece of trash. Sooner or later Lai Lu will trample him under my feet. The ugly man became more and more proud. Yu Yu's hair fluttered wildly, her beautiful face frosty. She was like a goddess descending from the heavens as the divine sword in her hand ruthlessly slashed out. Cripple. The ugly man still wanted to mock her, but unfortunately his head fell to the ground and rolled like a ball. His eyes were also filled with disbelief. Because he never thought that Yu Yu would be so straightforward, and even more so that Yu Yu killed him with a single slash. He originally planned to run after mocking her, but in the end he didn't manage to run away. However, although this person was killed with a single slash, the corner of Duan Fei Hong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Because although Yu Yu's slash seemed powerful, in fact, it was almost an all-out slash and consumed a lot of boundary essence. It seemed that as long as he said bad things about Lin Ling, that beauty would lose her mind. Moreover, the dead person wasn't from the Duan clan, so he didn't need to feel any heartache. Lin Feng, you go next. Remember, exhaust her boundary essence as much as possible. If the situation isn't good, immediately withdraw. Duan, you go third round. At that time Yu Yu should be exhausted. You must defeat her and seize her divine sword. As for whether she lives or dies, it's up to you. Duan Fei Hong instructed the two people behind him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Ling was the Duan clan's enemy. If Lin Ling's wife died, who knew if Lin Ling would go crazy? However, even if he didn't go crazy, there was no lack of anger. Unfortunately, what could an angry Lin Ling do? How could he be his opponent? Princess Tian looked greedily at the sword in Yu Yu's hand. What a sharp sword. However, such a sword should be suitable for her. How ruthless. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They never thought that Yu Yu, who looked as pure as ice and jade, would take someone's life with a single strike. Too heartless. It seemed that as long as she dared to say anything bad about Lin Ling, this beauty would be killed without mercy. In life, if he could find such a confidant, then there would be no regrets. Unfortunately, this enviable thing belonged to Lin Ling. When you people saw Brother Ling, you didn't even dare to say a word. You were like lapdogs. You even asked Brother Ling to bring you in. But after you came in, you all showed your fangs. You didn't think that without Brother Ling at least 60% of you would have died on the Black Gold Road. Only when Brother Ling isn't around do you dare to be arrogant. I think you are the real trash. Cowards. Yu Yu raised her sword and gave off a valiant feeling. Her beautiful eyes looked at the crowd with disdain. The huge platinum hall suddenly turned silent. Many people narrowed their eyes as anger rose in their hearts. Trash? Cowards? If it was Lin Ling who reprimanded them, their reactions would not be so big. However, when it came from a pure girl, they felt ashamed. It was as if their pride had been humiliated. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a treasure in hand. At this moment, a youth with an ultimate 6th grade desolate body walked out step by step. This person had only one arm. His face was filled with sword scars. His long hair was casually scattered, and when it was blown by the wind, it revealed a ferocious face. Jianghu. An expert on the God Roll's Stairway to Heaven, ranked 466th. Such an expert was in existence that stood above tens of thousands of people in the 36 colleges. You girls just love to be vain. If not for Lin Ling giving you a divine sword, would you have followed Lin Ling? Damn. Women, damn it. Cunning and vicious. Damn. No matter how good a man is to you, as long as a more outstanding man appears, you will abandon your old love and fly to a higher sky. Damn. Today I will kill all of you filthy women. Jianghu said each word clearly. His eyes were filled with ferocity and viciousness. Of course there was more killing intent. Everyone was stunned. Jianghu seemed to have a huge grudge against Yu Yu. After all, although they were angry, they could not destroy a beauty like Yu Yu. However, Jianghu wanted to kill Yu Yu. Jianghu has been hurt by love. Suddenly, someone sighed and said, that year he had been in love with a woman for many years. However, in the end, that woman had left him and left with another man. Later on, whenever he thought of that woman, Jianghu would feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. Every time he thought of her, he would use his sword to leave a sword scar on his face, hoping that the pain would make him forget about that woman. No wonder his face is filled with sword scars. Sigh, passionate love has always been the cause of regret. Sometimes, love is the most hurtful thing. No wonder he wants to target Yu Yu. Could it be that this fellow harbors murderous intent towards every woman? That's not the case. He only harbors murderous intent towards beautiful women. Pervert. The crowd broke into a discussion. Suddenly they felt that Yu Yu was in danger. because Canggu had vented all his resentment on Yu Yu. It was as if Yu Yu was the woman who had abandoned him. That was indeed the truth. Shue, it's time for us to end our relationship. Canggu finally raised his head. His eyes were filled with determination. Boom. Following that, a terrifying shockwave soared into the sky. He had broken through. He had broken through. The peak of the martial ancestor realm. He was wearing a loose robe. His sleeves fluttered in the wind where his arm had been cut off. Suddenly, a sharp aura shot out and shattered the sleeves. Then a huge sword appeared. This sword was connected to his body and was filled with green light. It looked like a poisonous sword. The sword was 2 meters long and it was like a snake or a scorpion. The Sky Scorpio sword? Heavens, senior brother Canggu stole that sword? Someone's body trembled as he roared in disbelief. That sword was a taboo. It had once appeared near the Sky Sword Academy in the final world. Later on, it was subdued by an expert from the academy and suppressed in another academy. That was because that academy had the power to suppress that sword. That academy was Canggu's academy. However, no one had expected Canggu to secretly take that sword away and merge it with his body. Talent? That sword has turned into that person's talent. Princess Tian frowned. She never expected that there would be such an expert hidden in the 8 Gods Celestial Palace's expedition. This was because the sword had reached the 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Furthermore, the limit of the sword was not as simple as the 7th grade. Might even reach the 10th grade. Rumble. The moment the Sky Scorpio sword appeared, the Platinum Hall began to tremble. Countless people looked over. When they sensed the terrifying aura, their hearts turned cold. Chapter 3658. My man is Lin Ling. I've been preparing for this day for 10,000 years. Canggu's voice turned cold, and his eyes turned a strange green color. After the powerful Sky Scorpio sword entered his body, he had lost his mind. In his eyes, Yu Yu was like clang. A sword cry rang out and Canggu disappeared. It was the speed of 800 worlds. However, his sword was actually the speed of 1,000 worlds. Yu Yu, be careful. Seeing this, Xian Yuangur couldn't help but shout. She had clearly sensed the ferocious power of the Sky Scorpio sword. Brother Ling has always protected us. Today we will also fight for his honor. Yu Yu's long skirt fluttered as she held the swallowing heaven fortune sword. On her delicate body, multicolored rays of light curled around her like ribbons, making her extremely beautiful. The talent of the radiant dragon god had been awakened by her. Behind her, a sacred and arrogant girl floated out, moving together with Yu Yu. Lowly slave, you dare to invade the dignity of a god. You have committed heinous crimes, and will definitely enter the netherworld, never to be reincarnated. A sacred voice floated out from the girl's mouth. She was swallowing heaven. At this moment, multicolored rays of light shot out like a meteor. Clang. A deafening explosion rang out. 2 figures clashed from afar, and in the blink of an eye, 500 moves had been exchanged. The 2 figures dazzled everyone and powerful energy swept out in all directions. Everyone's jaws dropped. They never imagined that Canggu would be so powerful. Even more so, they never imagined that Yu Yu would be so powerful. This kind of strength was definitely not weaker than Ningbo Tao's. Bitch. Canggu roared, his eyes like a scorpion's. Clang. The 2 swords clashed again and 2 rays of light exploded between the swords. Then the 2 figures retreated. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was it over? However, the 2 of them stopped when they were 1,000 miles apart, and looked at each other with swords in hand. Many people first looked at Canggu and found that his face had turned green, and his aura was becoming more and more violent. Could it be that this guy had triggered some taboo? The crowd could clearly sense that Canggu's cultivation was about to reach the half-martial god realm. He then looked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu was a little out of breath, but she still looked valiant. However, there were green clouds floating around her body, and she couldn't get rid of them. It was poison. Many people's eyes lit up. The reason why the Sky Scorpio sword was valued by the Academy's experts was not only because of its strength, but also because of its poison. Its poison was emitted all the time. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. Seeing Yu Yu being poisoned and fighting against the powerful Canggu, Princess Tian and the others laughed. Now Yu Yu is getting weaker and weaker, she will not be able to fight back. They couldn't help but rejoice over their previous choice. If they had forcefully seized Yu Yu's sword, who knew how many people would have died? and taking turns to fight him was obviously the best way. Shui, or do you regret it? Abandoning your husband and child, do you still have any conscience? At this moment, Sanggu let out an angry roar. In his eyes, the beauty in front of him was his wife Shui. You are overthinking. I am not Shui. I am Yu, the girl from the ancient face sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who was once as dirty as a beggar. My man is Lin Ling. Even though Yu was poisoned, her eyes were still resolute and without any fear. I don't know what happened to you, but with your character, no wonder your wife abandoned you. Compared to my man Lin Ling, you are 100 times better. Clang. Yu raised her sword, and her boundary essence burned crazily. Lord Yu, next I will activate the divine power of the sword. You must hold on. Behind Yu, the sky-devouring sword also spoke in a tender voice. Hearing this, Yu nodded and didn't say anything else. Like a fairy from the ninth heaven, she floated towards Sanggu. The sword in her hand bloomed with endless golden light. This light covered the sky and turned the Platinum Hall into a golden hall. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that this golden light came from the sword in Yu's hand. That sword was constantly emitting golden light and it was extremely dazzling. At a certain moment, the golden light was still there, but the sword had disappeared. Ka. A deafening sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. Time seemed to have stopped. Next, everyone saw a peerless beauty appear behind Sanggu. She held her sword diagonally and stood there quietly with her back facing Sanggu. When they looked at Sanggu again, his giant sky scorpio sword was still in a slashing posture, but it was motionless. What is going on? Everyone became even more curious. Right at this moment, sword wounds began to appear on Sanggu's body, and there were many of them. His entire body was cut into dozens of pieces like tofu, and even the sky scorpio sword in his hand had cracks. What? Everyone was shocked. Even someone as powerful as Sanggu was defeated by Yu? Moreover, the sky scorpio sword was also cut in half? Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded. Princess Tian immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes revealing a crazed joy. She had still underestimated that sword. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. At this moment, Yu's dress was fluttering. She did not even look at Sanggu as she muttered to herself, I've said it before. I'm called Yu and my man is called Lin Ling. I've never abandoned my husband and son and never will. If my man is in the human world, I'll be in the human world. If my man is in hell, I'll be in hell. This vow will never change. The moment her words fell, everyone's eyes narrowed. Those who had thoughts about Yu finally dispelled them. Yu was not someone that anyone could obtain. Because even death could not change Yu's heart to follow Lin Ling. What a pity. Many people's eyes turned ice cold. At the beginning they still had tender feelings for the fairer sex, but now they only had one thought. If they could not obtain her, no one else could. At this moment, Sanggu's sky scorpio sword finally broke, and Sanggu seemed to have a final burst of strength. He turned around to look at Yu and realized that Yu was not Shui. At this moment he finally sobered up. I really envy him. Sanggu smiled. In the end his flesh slowly slid down like tofu. Next it's my turn. I am Lin Feng. However, right after Sanggu's defeat, a handsome young man immediately appeared on the stage. This guy really knows how to choose the right time. However, if he doesn't give others some time to rest, he's not a man. Many people secretly thought, their eyes filled with disdain. Do you need to rest? If you do, just say it. I never take advantage of others. The young man said with a smile after walking out. However, without waiting for Yu to speak, he immediately said, since you don't need it, then forget it. Many people were astonished. This guy was too shameless. Chapter 36:59. Why did you stop talking? Actually, aren't you curious why Lin Ling hasn't come yet? Lin Feng suddenly said, let me tell you, if he doesn't come, there are only two consequences. First, he dies in the castle. Bullshit. Hearing this, Yu frowned instantly. You know very well whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Lin Feng shrugged. He knew that he wasn't as strong as Sanggu, but his mission was to exhaust Yu. Yu had been poisoned and she had consumed a lot of world qi. Therefore, it was impossible for Yu to defeat him in a short time. That way he could continue to infuriate Yu and weaken her. Of course, even though it was a little dangerous, it was nothing compared to the rewards of the Duan clan. As for the second consequence, he has already abandoned you. Lin Feng said again. Brother Ling, that's impossible. Shut your filthy mouth. Otherwise you'll end up like the one who died before. Yu Yu said coldly. You're not a man. How do you know he won't? In my opinion, Lin Ling is a coward. When he encounters danger, he will always run away. Ah. When Lin Feng saw that Yu Yu was easily infuriated, he laughed even louder. Women sometimes looked smart, but sometimes they were stupid. When it came to the people they loved, their brains would become dull and they wouldn't think so thoroughly. Just like Yu Yu now. She knew that Lin Feng was deliberately infuriating her, but she couldn't control herself. Maybe that was a kind of love. Without a doubt, the person she loved was happy. Whoosh! A faint sword slashed out. She had finally made her move. But Lin Feng smiled indifferently and disappeared from his original position. Instead, his sword landed on a maple leaf. Come and kill me. On the other side, Lin Feng appeared and said proudly, You don't like it when people talk about Lin Ling, but I have to say that even though that piece of trash Lin Ling is strong, he offended too many people. He's going to be crushed into 1,000,000 pieces. That's his fate. Let me tell you, many ancient strong cultivators are already paying attention to him. They're getting ready to attack him. When that happens, Lin Ling's body will be crushed by 5 horses and his soul will be sealed under the ground forever. Go to hell. Yu Yu's sword attacked again. But Lin Feng had disappeared again. Wuxia. No wonder the Duan clan sent him to fight. Lin Feng's advantage was speed. Yu Yu's sword couldn't hit Lin Feng, so she could only attack his heart angrily. In the end, she used up all her world chi. Besides, Yu Yu was poisoned. Little girl, come and kill me. When he saw that he was safe and sound, Yu Yu kept attacking him with her sword. Lin Feng was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. But he was safe and sound, which made him even more arrogant. Lin Feng is despicable. He can't defeat a woman, so he resorts to such a dirty trick. Even though I don't like Lin Ling, I have to admit that Lin Ling is manlier than Lin Feng. If Yu Yu hadn't defended Princess Tian and the Duan clan, I would have helped her. My heart aches when I see her helpless and isolated. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Come and kill me. When Lin Feng noticed that Yu Yu was getting weaker and weaker, he was even happier. But at that moment, a white light suddenly appeared. He had a strange feeling. The world around him changed. He was in a swamp. He wanted to leave, but his feet were stuck in the swamp. He couldn't move. What's going on? Lin Feng was stupefied. He was scared. It's the little white mink. The others suddenly realized that the little white mink was faster than Lin Feng. After it caught up with Lin Feng, it immediately created an illusion. Lin Feng was bewitched by the illusion. He was actually running in circles. This guy with bad breath is going to be unlucky. Someone gloated. Obviously they were very unhappy with Lin Feng. Whoosh. At that moment, a sword came and cut off Lin Feng's leg. Lin Feng shouted crazily and the illusion around him disappeared. Only then did he see Yu Yu holding her sword at a slanted angle, walking towards him step by step like an ice-cold death goddess. It was a misunderstanding. After Lin Feng was injured, he was obviously not as fast as before, so he kept waving his hand and saying, A misunderstanding. Yu Yu's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. She cut off Lin Feng's right arm. Lin Feng screamed like a pig being slaughtered. At the same time he shouted, I was asked to do this. If you are unhappy, you can go and find that person and humiliate me. Hearing that, the crowd immediately laughed. Asked to do this? Then he was caught by Yu Yu and Yu Yu wanted to let him go? What kind of logic was that? Besides, Yu Yu humiliated him and didn't that mean she was strong? But when he humiliated Yu Yu before, what kind of ability did he have? Whoosh. Yu Yu was expressionless. Her sword slashed out again. Blood gushed out. Lin Feng's other arm was cut off. He was in so much pain that he started crying. He shouted, That's enough. I admit defeat. Whoosh. However, the only reply he got was a sword. His last leg was cut off. Admit defeat? Admit defeat now? What a joke. Besides, admitting defeat was one thing, but he admitted defeat so confidently. He was simply courting death. Clang. In the end, Yu Yu's sword was in front of Lin Feng's neck. She said indifferently, Say it. Why don't you say it? I don't dare say it anymore. Lin Feng didn't feel proud anymore. He was trembling. Whoosh. Faintly, she swung her sword and cut off a piece of flesh from his body. She said coldly, I want you to say it. It hurts so much. Lin Feng shouted even louder. It was as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. Then he quickly looked at Duan Fei Hong. However, the senior was expressionless and didn't pay attention to him at all. Although Lin Feng was being tortured, he was also wasting Yu Yu's strength, so the Duan clan didn't care. The Duan clan only cared about people with the surname Duan. Lin Feng also realized that. He regretted it, but he didn't have time to shout. Yu Yu's sword came again and cut into his flesh. "Kill me." In the end, Lin Feng shouted at the sky. However, Yu Yu ignored him and continued to torture him. "Say it. Why don't you say it? I'll tell you, you can say it about me, but if you say it about Brother Ling, even if you are a god, I will still dare to kill you." Yu Yu's voice was extremely firm. It sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. For Lin Ling, Yu Yu could turn into a witch. This was an existence who could turn into a pure goddess one moment and be willing to fall into the netherworld and become a demon in the next moment. How terrifying. I didn't expect her to be so determined. It seems that we all underestimated her. She is also a martial arts fanatic. However, her martial arts heart is Lin Ling. Such a woman should be respected. Chapter 3660. Alright, kill him. This kind of trash is useless even if he doesn't die. At this moment, Duan, who had been silently waiting for an opportunity, finally walked out. Right now, Yu Yu was already exhausted. Let him take care of the final battle. When Yu Yu heard him, she didn't say anything and cut off Lin Feng's head. By now, there were already a few people who had died in the hands of Yu Yu. This made people think highly of Yu Yu. It's good that he's dead. However, even though he's trash, he's still a dog of my Duan family. Killing a dog of the Duan family in front of me isn't giving face to the Duan family. Duan suddenly laughed. This person looked very ordinary, but from the vicious aura he exuded, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Your Duan clan doesn't need to give me any face. Yu Yu also looked at Duan coldly. Hee, what a tough tone. Duan's laughter grew louder as he stared at the sword in Yu Yu's hand. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yu Yu had already expressed her determination to belong to Lin Ling forever. Therefore he was too lazy to please the beauty. However, his Duan clan was determined to obtain that sword. This was because Yu Yu was not very strong, but with this sword she was able to kill several experts. Moreover, this was because Yu Yu was weak. If he held the sword, its power would definitely increase by 10 times or even 100 times. However, he also knew that Princess Tian had also taken a fancy to that sword. However, he and Princess Tian had a common enemy. Therefore he had to get rid of Lin Ling first and then snatch the sword. Since you killed my Duan family's dog, you won't be able to live today. However, I respect you as a proud woman, so I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Duan said coldly. Go fuck yourself. Yu Yu also replied coldly, and for the first time she cursed. These people were simply too greedy. They were taking turns to deal with them. Now they were even putting on a righteous front. It was disgusting. Very well, since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. Duan sneered. Although he did not seem to be tall, he was bursting with a terrifying power. A brown lotus appeared, hovering behind him. 6 Tao Lotus. This was his innate talent. Those who possessed this talent would have an extraordinary comprehension of the great Tao of the universe. Therefore, his ancestral power had already reached as much as 80%. Rumble. The lotus flower suddenly floated up like a fortress and smashed down heavily on Yu Yu. In truth, his strength could not compare to Canggu's. However, Yu Yu had already fought several battles, and with the divine sword in her hand, her consumption of world essence was even greater than before. Of course, the main reason was that the recovery of world essence here was slow, so the current Yu Yu was obviously not Canggu's opponent. Raising her sword, Yu Yu exhaled lightly. Her face actually had a trace of Lin Ling's unswerving determination. She also knew that this was a battle of life or death. She also knew that there were countless great enemies and everyone was eyeing her covetously. At this moment she finally understood Lin Ling's heart when he fought against so many heroes in the past. This was her first time facing such a battle, but Lin Ling had faced it countless times. Clang. The devouring heaven's fortune sword was raised and slashed towards the sky. Immediately a terrifying shockwave erupted. Lord Yu Yu, your world essence is no longer enough to support the devouring heaven's fortune sword. Devouring heaven's anxious voice rang out. I know. Yu Yu's eyes were resolute as she looked up at the sky. But I also know that Brother Ling will come. Rumble. From afar, the goddess raised her sword and blocked the suppression of the giant lotus flower in the sky. The lotus flower had 6 petals, but at this moment, it was slowly spiraling. Amazing, you still have power even now, but I think it's about time. Duan Duan sneered and activated his ancestral power again. Rumble. The lotus flower that originally had 6 petals quietly turned into 9. Under the suppression of the lotus flower, the white gold on the ground also sank a lot. With Duan Duan's strength, I'm afraid he can enter the 460th place on the divine list. Many people frowned and said. The experts of the top 10 academies were gathered here, and there was no lack of experts. It was just that they did not reveal their strength. Duan Duan was one of them, and so was Jianghu. He looked at Yu again. At this moment, blood was quietly overflowing from her small red mouth. Yu. The Xian Yuan girl immediately shouted and wanted to stand up to help Yu, but she was also exhausted, so she fell down the moment she stood up. This scene caused even more people to laugh coldly. Right now, this was a living flower being destroyed. However, even though the lotus flower had 9 petals, Yu still did not retreat and stood there resolutely. 12 Tao Lotus. Yes. Seeing this, Duan Duan finally showed a ruthless expression and activated his ancestral power to the limit. He wanted to see how the beauty would block it. When the 12 petals bloomed, a heavy Tao intent bloomed, making many people feel a little difficult to breathe. Yu tenaciously resisted, and more blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. When it fell on her clothes, it was like a blooming flower. Brother Ling, you're not here yet? However, Yu did not show any fear and did not even have the slightest regret. Instead, she gently raised her head, looked at the sky, and scolded in a delicate voice. Lin Ling? Just a piece of trash, even if he is here, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to appear. Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered and moved his hands, making the 12 Tao Lotus spin even faster. However, just as his voice fell, suddenly, a thunderous voice with a shocking aura and domineering aura surged from the distance. In the blink of an eye, under the gazes of countless people, it appeared in the sky above the white gold palace. I, Lin Ling, am here. A pitch-black figure floated there, and then the void exploded, and the figure fell from the sky, heading straight for the 12 Tao Lotus. Brother Ling. At this moment, the Xian Yuan girl in the distance finally smiled, and his whole body finally relaxed. Yu raised her head and looked at the man who was smashing down fiercely, and her eyes were a little moist. She knew that her perseverance would not be in vain, and Brother Ling would definitely come. Compared to their joy and excitement, Princess Tian and Duan Feihong's faces were ugly. They almost got Yu's divine sword, but at the crucial moment, Lin Ling suddenly appeared. He could not have come a moment earlier or a moment later, but he just had to come at this time. This also made the process of getting the divine sword a little more difficult. Boom. Lin Ling, who fell from the sky, was like a demon king, his fist looking at the 12 Tao Lotus on the ground and smashing down fiercely. Rumble. The constantly circling Tao Lotus immediately exploded into pieces. The entire Platinum Hall was shaken by this. So fierce. Everyone took a deep breath. Although everyone knew that Lin Ling was very powerful, they never thought that Lin Ling would be able to destroy Duan Duan's talent with a punch at full strength. Chapter 3661. This was the difference between them. Crushed. Under the shattered Tao Lotuses sprinkling down from the sky, Lin Ling finally floated down. Yu's body went limp and fell to the ground. However, before she landed on the ground, Lin Ling had already appeared beside her and gently lifted her up. Sorry I'm late. A soft voice quietly appeared beside Yu's ears. It's not Big Brother Ling's fault because we separated after entering this place. This was not what Big Brother Ling wanted. Moreover, they deliberately attacked us. Although Big Brother Ling must have guessed it, Big Brother Ling did not expect them to act so quickly. Yu's face was pale as she smiled. Lin Ling's heart suddenly ached. He carried Yu and walked towards the Shen Yuange. Everyone in the Platinum Hall was silent. The crowd could only watch as a burly man walked forward with a woman in his arms like a monster. All they could do was watch from the sidelines. One had to admit that this man was domineering. You're Lin Ling? This is no longer the Black Gold Avenue. I think we don't have to give you any face. Duan Duan frowned. Lin Ling destroyed his Tao Lotus with one punch. This strength was probably not weaker than Ningbo Tao and the rest. However, Lin Ling was alone and they had more people. Lin Ling would definitely die. Especially when the King of Assassins, Ningbo Tao and the rest arrived, Lin Ling would not be able to escape. Moreover, from the looks of it, Lin Ling's body did not have any fluctuation of boundary essence. He must have gone through a huge battle. Lin Ling without boundary essence could only rely on the strength of his transformation. Perhaps he could win. At the same time, Princess Tian and Duan Feihong also stared at Lin Ling with heavy hearts. However, when they noticed Lin Ling's almost empty boundary essence, they also laughed. No boundary essence? Lin Ling's strength must have been greatly reduced. Although he still couldn't be underestimated, he definitely couldn't stop all of them. The King of Assassins should be here soon. Ningbo Tao, Wu Feiming, Kagura, and the others should be here soon. Anticipation rose in their hearts. Coupled with the treasures Lin Ling had collected on the Black Gold Avenue, greed appeared in their eyes. For a moment, everyone had more thoughts. However, Duan Duan was the first to break the silence. He shouted, "Lin Ling, are you mute? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Lin Ling carried Yu and slowly came to Xian Yuange's side. He checked on Xian Yuange and saw that she was only exhausted. Only then did he relax. However, Lin Ling sensed a strange poison on Yu's body. This poison was extremely extraordinary. Lin Ling couldn't help but treat it seriously. It's the poison of the Sky Scorpio sword. This sword was forged by a certain god from a world's poisonous scorpions as a reward for his disciple. At this time, the giant ghost beside Lin Ling said fiercely, "Is there a way?" Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Even Li Xiaoyao wasn't too familiar with things from the era of gods. Thus he asked this little devil for advice. There isn't much poison. The main thing is that the Sky Scorpio sword is broken and the poison source has disappeared. Thus, there isn't much of a problem. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling's heart relaxed. He then looked at the little white mink. The little white mink was frightened by his gaze. It hugged its head with its two small hands and looked extremely cute. I listened to Madame Yu's words and wanted to protect Madame Yu. Thus, I helped Madame Yu once before. Are you stupid? Only once? Can't you see the situation clearly? Lin Ling was speechless. He angrily scolded. The little white mink hurriedly burrowed into Lin Ling's embrace, not daring to look at him. Xian Yuange and Yu immediately smiled and pleaded for the little white mink. Only then did Lin Ling spare it. However, Xian Yuange also said coldly, "This time you have to protect them well. If anything happens to them, you don't need to see me again." I don't dare. The little white mink quickly poked its head out from Xian Yuange's embrace. It looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. In truth, it wasn't just afraid of Lin Ling. It was also afraid of the giant ghost. Of course, it was more afraid of the giant ghost. It was as if the giant ghost's origin was extremely frightening. Country of snow. Next, the little white mink used the illusion to its limit. Nearby, white snow fluttered. Yu and Xian Yuange had disappeared. This was because of the illusion. Lin Ling could still see Yu and the others. However, he stared at the illusion and immediately nodded in satisfaction. This illusion was even more powerful than his illusion god world. As expected of the little white mink that even Li Xiaoyao couldn't catch. Now there's nothing to worry about. Lin Ling slowly stood up. However, at this moment, Yu handed the Devouring Heaven's Fortune Sword to Lin Ling. "Brother Lin Ling, take this sword. I don't have any realm essence on me now. I can't use the power of the divine sword." Lin Ling immediately refused. Even so, this sword is sharp. It can help Brother Ling in battle. Yu was extremely stubborn. "Lord Lin Ling, I'm very sharp. Let those lowly slaves see my power." Sky Devouring also floated out and said unhappily. In fact, Yu was a little weak, causing her to be unable to use her power. If it was a stronger person, they would have already killed everyone. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally nodded. He took the Devouring Heaven's Fortune Sword and held it in his hand. When he held the sword just now, Duan Duan was so angry that his liver hurt. This was because Lin Ling had been ignoring him and was talking to his wife non-stop. He roared angrily, "Have you said enough?" As he roared, his hands moved repeatedly. In the sky, a 12-petaled Tao lotus pressed down, releasing a vigorous ancestral power. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the vigorous attack of the Tao lotus. His palm punched out in the air, and the punch was like two dragons soaring into the sky. Even the air was struck in an arc, and after colliding with the Tao lotus in the sky, the punch completely destroyed it. What? Duan Duan's expression changed instantly. Previously, Lin Ling should have used his full strength to destroy his Tao lotus. However, this time Lin Ling played it down and destroyed his Tao Lotus without even looking at it. This was a little unusual. He was so strong without realm essence? However, before he could recover from his shock, Lin Ling had already moved. His speed of 900 realms exploded. His palms stretched out like a dragon's mouth, grabbing at Duan Duan. That aura and strong wind rushed over, causing Duan Duan's expression to change greatly. How was he still human? He was simply a dragon god. He flipped his hands again, gathering his realm essence and forming a transparent crystalline Tao Lotus in front of him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even look at it. He charged forward like a bull. After destroying the Tao Lotus, his palm appeared in front of Duan Duan. He suddenly clenched and then lifted. Under countless gazes, Duan Duan was lifted up. He couldn't resist at all. Only his feet kept kicking in the air. One move to defeat the enemy. This was the gap between them. Chapter 3662. I've already stopped. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't even afraid of Ningbo Tao, so why should he be afraid of him? To put it bluntly, even if Lin Ling was a cripple, he could still crush him with his physical strength. He's so strong even without boundary essence? Duan Duan is an expert on the divine ranking's celestial stairway, and his ranking isn't low, but he was defeated in one move. Duan Feihong's eyes narrowed as the killing intent in his heart grew even denser. Just as he was about to ask someone to save Duan Duan, Lin Ling's voice floated out at this moment. It seems like I was overthinking things. If my Yu was at her peak, you wouldn't be his opponent either. What a useless piece of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's right hand suddenly tightened, and Duan Ling Tian's neck was bent. He couldn't be more dead. Lin Ling Yu. Seeing this, Duan Feihong angrily roared. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. They looked at Duan Duan, who was like a dead dog, and then looked at Lin Ling, who was like a monster. Fear began to rise in their hearts. It felt as if the arrogant and frivolous man on the Black Gold Road had returned. Everyone, there is no need to fear him. His realm essence has been exhausted, what he is relying on is just his physical strength. He can kill. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Grandmaster Yin. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded, and I will also owe him a favor. As soon as this voice came out, the fear in everyone's hearts quietly lessened. Master Yin Zhang's favor was worth it. Our Duan clan also owes him a favor. Duan Feihong also spoke. Everyone's eyes began to flicker. I also represent God Miao's true legacy to owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to God Miao's true legacy to find me. However, at this moment, Princess Tian also spoke up. Furthermore, when the platinum coffin opens, this person will also have the right to obtain a treasure. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts exploded. Now, the Platinum Palace had been thoroughly searched, except for the Platinum Ancient Coffin. Although no one knew what was inside, since this ancient coffin was placed at the core of the Black Gold Castle, the treasures inside must be extraordinary. However, these treasures were all monopolized by experts like Princess Tian and Duan Feihong. Even though many of them weren't happy about this, they had been invited by the Heavenly Princess. Without the Heavenly Princess, they wouldn't have been able to obtain anything. Moreover, Princess Tian did not stop them from searching the surrounding secret chambers. The Princess Tian did not care about the treasures they obtained and allowed them to put them into the bag. Therefore, the dissatisfaction disappeared. And now, they had a share of the treasures in the platinum coffin that did not belong to them. Another reminder, Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and Wu Feiming should be rushing over. If they come, Lin Ling won't be their match. So, even if you can't kill Lin Ling, if you can hold on until those three arrive, you'll be greatly rewarded. Yes. Moreover, Lin Ling's boundary essence has been exhausted. Although that transformation technique is a bit amazing, how long can it last? Yes. Princess Tian continued to speak, tempting everyone. Everyone was tempted and stared at Lin Ling coldly. The competition in the 36 academies was cruel. If they couldn't grasp the opportunity would disappear with the wind. If they wanted to become stronger, it would be much more difficult. After all, in the final world there was nothing much except for the number of top geniuses. If you were a monster, others were also geniuses. If you don't find another shortcut to become stronger, you'll always be stepped on by others. Kill him. Seeing that everyone was tempted, Master Yin became even more arrogant. Because this was the final destination, everyone didn't have to give face to Lin Ling. If he dared to kill him, he would kill him. I must tear him into pieces, only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Master Inu roared towards the sky. The grievances that he had been enduring were finally released. He wanted to see Lin Ling die in front of him with his own eyes. However, he was too complacent. Because Lin Ling didn't move at all, quietly listening to their conversation. When they finished, Lin Ling finally moved. With the speed of 900 worlds, he arrived in front of Master Inu in an instant. Everyone instantly became silent. They had just decided to attack Lin Ling and Lin Ling had already made his move. Moreover, he was the first to attack Master Inu. Hehe, who can I vent the hatred in my heart by killing them? Standing quietly in front of Master Inu, Lin Ling tilted his head and smiled evilly. Why are you here? Me. Master Inu was overjoyed. He thought that everyone would attack Lin Ling and Lin Ling could only kneel down and beg for mercy. He didn't expect Lin Ling to arrive in front of him before everyone attacked. Slap. Lin Ling slapped Master Inu. His dragon claw left a bloody scratch on Master Inu's face. Say it. Didn't you say that you would owe me a favor if I killed you? Why aren't you saying it now? Lin Ling sneered. He grabbed Master Inu and smashed him on the ground. Then he stomped on him with his dragon claw. Bang, bang, bang. He kept stomping on Master Inu until his bones were broken. The surrounding people didn't dare to move at all. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling, stop it. Princess Tian's face was even uglier. Lin Ling was about to die, but he was still so arrogant. He dared to beat up Master Inu in front of her. Moreover, this was the second time. She didn't dare to act rashly. She was afraid that Lin Ling would kill Master Inu if he wasn't happy. Didn't I stop now? However, Lin Ling was still stomping on the ground crazily. He even spread his hands to show that he didn't use his hands. Everyone was stunned at first. Then they were furious. Lin Ling didn't use his hands from the beginning. He was using his feet. Therefore Lin Ling had already stopped. You. Princess Tian was even more furious. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. They could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. Lin Ling also recovered his dimensional origin. As for the consumed physical strength, beating up Master Inu didn't consume any physical strength at all. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the master who was screaming in pain at the beginning gradually quieted down. Then the crowd carefully checked the situation. Their faces changed drastically. Master Inu was beaten to death by Lin Ling. Moreover, he was beaten to death right in front of their eyes. Lin Ling, you killed a master. You're dead. You're dead. Do you know who he is? Do you know his position in Miao Xin's true disciples? I've already told you to stop, but you didn't listen. Looking at the mud-like great master, Princess Tian's eyes turned red with anxiety. She was the one who had invited this great master, and she had spent a lot of effort talking to him. Now that he was dead, she didn't know how to report back. I didn't refuse to listen. I've already stopped. However, Lin Ling spread his hands innocently and raised his feet to show that he was stomped to death. Kill him. Princess Tian's voice became sharp. She pointed at Lin Ling and shouted, If you kill me, you'll definitely die. Seeing this, Lin Ling also floated up. His eyes were cold. He knew that a great battle had begun. Moreover, even if these people didn't kill him, he didn't intend to let them go. Chapter 3663. A sudden change occurred. Do you all think you can kill me? Lin Ling's speed of 900 worlds erupted. With a swoosh, those experts who could not even enter the god list were immediately cut in half. Fresh blood rained down from the sky. Originally, we are all students of the academy and should mind our own business. However, you all should not have attacked my woman. Swoosh. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and punched out. Another large number of experts died. Although Lin Ling did not have any world essence, his physical strength was strong. If there was talent, he would destroy it with one punch. If there was ancestral power, he would destroy it with one punch. If there was a powerful extreme weapon, he would punch again. In the Platinum Palace there were countless casualties. How was it a siege on Lin Ling? It was a one-sided massacre by Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone's mentality of being lucky also changed. Lin Ling was too ferocious. If he was given world essence, it was unknown how terrifying he would be. His strength is limited. Sooner or later he will be tired. If you all want to stand out in the final world, you will have to pay some danger. This is unavoidable. At this time, Duan Feihong also said coldly, if a martial artist wanted to become stronger, they would need to encounter some opportunities. However, with opportunities there would be danger. Kill? In fact, many people knew this point. Therefore they were all going all out. Of course, if there was no hope they would definitely not go. However, they felt that they still had some hope of killing Lin Ling. Idiot! Lin Ling sneered and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song. One on the left and one on the right, he held a sword in each hand. He also knew that with so many people attacking him, his physical strength would be exhausted. Therefore he used his sword to fight against the enemies. Two-handed sword. This was also the first time Lin Ling used it. Devour Heaven in his left hand and tyrannical song in his right hand. Swoosh. With a slash, blood flowed like a river. The two swords crossed, no one could block it. In the end, Lin Ling was too lazy to waste his energy flying. He landed on the ground and relied on the two swords to kill the enemies. With one step he killed 3 people. In the end, it developed into killing 10 people with a single step. Direct and efficient, decisive in killing to the point that even the experts of the larger academies were afraid. Hold on. Ningbo Tao and the others are coming. Princess Tian also shouted anxiously. You don't have to wait any longer. Ningbo Tao and the others are already dead, including Kagura and Wu Feiming. However, just as Princess Tian was about to give everyone confidence, Lin Ling gave her a fatal counterattack. This sentence scared everyone so much that no one dared to make a move. Hehe, Lin Ling, you really dare to talk big. You killed Ningbo Tao and the other 2. What if, according to what you said, I'm the #1 expert on the heaven stairway? Princess Tian was stunned and immediately said disdainfully, clang, clang. However, in the next moment the weapons that belonged to Ningbo Tao and the others were thrown out by Lin Ling. They were given to Lin Ling by the dragon demon after killing Ningbo Tao and the others. That's Wu Feiming's straw man. Kagura's sword. The experts who were familiar with the 3 of them were all shocked at this moment. The treasures that Lin Ling threw out were the efforts of Ningbo Tao and the others. Unless they were dead they would never hand them over. They're really dead. Princess Tian felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was so strong that he could kill Ningbo Tao and the others in succession? And the Emperor of Assassins. However, Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. He once again recognized the Emperor of Assassins' wine jug. When the wine jug was taken out, it was earth-shattering. Many people recognized it because Ningbo Tao was beaten up because of this wine jug during the Heroes' Assembly. Oh my god, he even killed a half-step martial god. Damn, is he the god of assassins? He kills everything. I feel that we've underestimated his strength. Everyone was afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed Ningbo Tao and the others. They were still confident that they could exhaust Lin Ling to death and kill Lin Ling with their numbers. However, now that the Emperor of Assassins was dead, their confidence was instantly crushed. Could it be that Lin Ling was the god of assassins? Even Princess Tian was greatly shocked. She could not see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the sage realm, but his strength was unfathomable, as if there was no limit to his strength. Of course, she had overestimated Lin Ling because Lin Ling had not killed the Emperor of Assassins himself. He had joined forces with Yu Yu and other trump cards to kill the Emperor of Assassins. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the fearful crowd. In fact, he had used up a lot of his physical strength. After all, he was not facing weaklings. He was facing experts from the top 10 academies and the top 460th on the stairway to heaven. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be unharmed. However, since everyone was afraid of him, he had some time to recover. At that instant, a magical feeling descended upon him. At that instant, Lin Ling felt like he could hear the voice of Tao, the language of deities. In fact, he could even see that a great calamity was approaching outside the 8 gods' celestial palace. That brilliant heavenly might was pressing down, as if countless heavenly soldiers and generals were trying to capture Lin Ling. Ancestors' tribulation. Lin Ling mumbled to himself in astonishment. The ancestors' tribulation is divided into 7 types: illusionary, corporeal, shattering, destructive, ultimate, shattering, and the most terrifying nirvana tribulation. The nirvana tribulation is here. In addition to his astonishment, Lin Ling wore a wry smile. He was finally about to break through to the martial sacred realm. To his surprise, the ancestors' tribulation he was about to face was the most terrifying nirvana tribulation among the 7. Only 500,000 people among a million could successfully overcome the tribulation. Even though Lin Ling had gathered all kinds of pills and treasures, allowing him to break through to the martial progenitor realm with 100% certainty, his chances of success were reduced by 50%. However, from another perspective, Lin Ling's combat strength was utterly terrifying. He had triggered the Nirvana tribulation. If he could break through to the martial progenitor realm with all his might, his strength would not disappoint Lin Ling. However, this was not the best place for him to break through. Although the experts were afraid of Lin Ling, if he were to reveal any weakness, they would swarm him like hyenas and tear him into pieces. He could only say that he was unlucky. While Lin Ling was sensing the auras around him, the crowd was still wary of Lin Ling. Some of the more cowardly ones did not even dare to look at Lin Ling. Furthermore, when they recalled how Lin Ling had killed the Emperor of Assassins, some of them dropped to their knees in fear. However, someone was staring at Lin Ling with a frown. He was none other than Duan Feihong. This person is so powerful. Duan Feihong's brows were tightly knitted together. He had originally thought that in this trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, his greatest opponent would be the god of assassins. Everyone else would be ants, and even the heavenly princess wouldn't have the qualifications to compete with him. But he never imagined that Lin Ling alone would be able to stir up such a storm and sweep everyone away. Lin Ling was the Duan clan's enemy. He had never expected Lin Ling to grow to such an extent. If Lin Ling is not eliminated, he will definitely become a great threat to the Duan clan. Duan Feihong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had sensed a strange aura being emitted from Lin Ling's body. Breakthrough. Chapter 3664. An intense battle with Duan Feihong. Duan Feihong sensed that Lin Ling's aura had rushed out of the Eight Gods' celestial palace and was attracting the ancestors' tribulation. If not for the Eight Gods' celestial palace being too mysterious, the ancestors' tribulation might have already descended. Lin Ling is about to break through. Duan Feihong suddenly roared and transformed into an ancient giant that was 100 meters tall. He finally attacked Lin Ling. A 7th-grade ultimate desolate body. Duan Feihong was indeed worthy of being a representative sent by the Duan family. His strength was several times stronger than Ningbo Tao and company. He clearly knew that Lin Ling was about to break through and was at his weakest. Not only did he need to defend against the ancestors' tribulation, he also needed to defend against them. Therefore, this was the best opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling was about to break through? Their first thought was, heavens, Lin Ling is already so terrifying at the Sage Realm. What would happen after breaking through? Their second thought was that Lin Ling would definitely be extremely weak when breaking through. The fear and dread from before had vanished at this moment. Their billowing eyes were filled with killing intent. All the experts were reignited from the ashes. As for Lin Ling, he was still sensing the ancestors' tribulation in the sky. He also sensed that the ancestors' tribulation was like a heavenly army that was searching for him in the entire universe. Furthermore, it had already locked onto the Eight Gods' celestial palace. Just as Duan Feihong thought, if not for Lin Ling being in the Eight Gods' celestial palace, Lin Ling would have long transcended the tribulation. Just as he had this thought, a gigantic palm came smacking down. It was Duan Feihong's attack. The palm smashed heavily onto Lin Ling's body. Its power was truly extraordinary. Lin Ling immediately felt all his bones shatter, but they rapidly recovered. He flew backwards and smashed into the platinum wall, causing a huge crack to appear on the platinum wall. Old bastard, you are courting death. Floating up again, Lin Ling's eyes became incomparably cold. It seemed like the heavens were treating Lin Ling well, as the trial to rank up to the martial progenitor realm was much harder than ordinary cultivators. Not only was it a nirvana tribulation, it was happening in a place filled with enemies. However, if he, Lin Ling, could overcome this great calamity, then he would definitely soar to the heavens. Ha, Lin Ling, your luck is really bad. Duan Feihong turned into a giant and looked down at Lin Ling with disdain. Without a doubt, he was extremely excited. Lin Ling touched his chest. First, he looked at Yu and the others. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he was relieved. Then he looked at Duan Feihong. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was worried. There were countless experts here. If he wanted to attack Yu and the others, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to be distracted. How could he know that the heaven-devouring fortune sword was in his possession? Moreover, if he didn't die, it would be useless even if he attacked Yu and the others. That was why everyone was staring at him. I've really underestimated you. Lin Ling looked at the giant Duan Feihong and said. The giant that Duan Feihong transformed into was different from the giants he had seen before. It was 100 meters tall, but its appearance didn't change. It was just that it was bigger. However, Lin Ling felt a huge pressure from Duan Feihong's body. This old monster was probably only slightly weaker than the killer emperor. Most importantly, a 7th grade talent was really amazing. With such strong strength you actually hit it and didn't make a move. You let those trash be cannon fodder. You're really cunning. Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling, I already know that you're cunning. Therefore, I didn't make a move because I was wary of you. Now, are you going to wait to be captured or force me to make a move? Duan Feihong also shouted coldly and found a good excuse for himself. Of course, his heart was heavy because his previous palm strike wasn't weak. However, it only injured Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine how strong Lin Ling would be if he had the boundary essence. Just wait to be captured. The fighting spirit of the people around them was also high. Lin Ling, hand over that divine sword and submit to me. I, Princess Tian, will protect you from death. Princess Tian also stood up and looked at Lin Ling with her hands behind her back. Protect you from death? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. She had the nerve to say such a fake excuse. Did she think that he, Lin Ling, was an idiot? He, Lin Ling, was now the enemy of the new heavenly court and the Duan family. If he submitted to Princess Tian would definitely betray him and hand him over to these two forces in exchange for a favor. Princess Tian, take off your clothes and kneel down to kowtow. I, Lin Ling, will protect you from death. With a heroic laugh, Lin Ling also looked at Princess Tian with contempt. You're courting death. Princess Tian had a delicate status. When had she ever been teased by a man like this? Princess Tian, calm down. He's about to die. He's just trying to anger you. Leave this kind of trash to me. Duan Feihong roared angrily and rushed toward Lin Ling. Surprisingly, he was 100 meters tall, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Instead, he was extremely agile. Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. In the blink of an eye, Duan Feihong appeared in front of Lin Ling. Do you think you're the only one who can grow bigger? Lin Ling sneered. His monster-like body also grew crazily. He put away his two swords and after becoming 100 meters tall, he also punched out. This Lin Ling is really omnipotent. People were also frightened by Lin Ling's giant form. Rumble. Duan Feihong also punched out and collided with Lin Ling's fists. Lin Ling was using the power of his physical body. Duan Feihong used his talent and ancestral power. Lin Ling immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. A terrifying gale swept out. Lin Ling's eyes were also incomparably solemn. Duan Feihong was too strong. He was definitely not a match for him in a head-on clash. Compared to Lin Ling's solemnity, Duan Feihong laughed loudly. He could clearly feel that Lin Ling's strength was continuing to weaken. You're laughing, you fucking idiot. Lin Ling suddenly cursed, causing Duan Feihong's eyes to focus. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Even when you're about to die, your mouth is still so smelly? Gasai. Seeing that Duan Feihong was a little careless, Lin Ling immediately shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Rumble. The fierce light rushed towards Duan Feihong, causing Duan Feihong to feel fear in his heart. It was as if he had encountered the most ancient ferocious creature in the universe, causing his firm martial heart to loosen. Of course, he was indeed worthy of being a formidable person. In a short period of time he immediately reacted. Lin Ling's eyes were strange. He could actually use a fierce aura to make him afraid and affect his martial heart. Go to hell. He roared and pushed his realm essence to the limit, throwing out 30,000 punches out of thin air. Pop, 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 pop. Even the air was concave from the impact. Following that, it continued to explode. The entire Platinum Hall also quietly swayed. Everyone was shocked by Duan Feihong's crazy attack. If such a giant was placed in the 10,000 realms, he would probably be able to destroy hundreds of realms with a single punch. Moreover, it would be extremely easy. Lin Ling has been beaten to death. Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed to the front and said. The tall Lin Ling had been punched full of holes by Duan Feihong's fist. Blood poured down like a rainstorm. Divine Sword. Chapter 3665. He didn't need help. Duan Feihong was also delighted. He had actually solved the Duan family's greatest problem. Moreover, he had obtained all of Lin Ling's treasures. He had never imagined that Lin Ling, who was so difficult to deal with, would actually be killed by him. Duan Feihong, it's too early for you to be happy. However, just as Duan Feihong was feeling happy, a huge foot arrived behind him. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a foot but a dragon god. This caused Duan Feihong's heart to rumble. He subconsciously looked in front of him and realized that Lin Ling, who he had killed earlier, was actually distorting. It was fake. It was actually an illusion. Boom. Behind Duan Feihong, Lin Ling's foot finally arrived and ruthlessly stomped on Duan Feihong's cheek, distorting his left cheek and causing him to immediately fly backward. Scram. Scram. The entire Platinum Hall resounded with Lin Ling's domineering voice. Then, everyone saw the huge giant fly backward along the ground, leaving a long scratch on the platinum floor. Rumble. In the end, the giant crashed into the platinum ancient wall in the distance and spat out a mouthful of blood. It splattered more than 100 meters away and dyed the platinum floor red. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was that still Senior Duan Feihong? Old man, you ambushed me before and now I'm returning the favor with a kick. How does that feel? Lin Ling looked down and said disdainfully. Of course, he also knew that the damage that kick caused to Duan Feihong was limited. It only succeeded because it caught him off guard. Duan Feihong's talent was high and his realm was high. Even with the boundary energy, Lin Ling might not be his match. Very well, what are you still standing there for? He's about to face a great calamity. Moreover, his body must be exhausted. If you don't kill him now, do you want me to make a move? If I make a move, you won't have a chance. At this moment, Duan Feihong suddenly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said fiercely to everyone. Then he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anger. This Lin Ling was so ruthless. It seemed like he had reached his limit, but he still had an illusion technique that caused him to be kicked. With this kick, he appeared to be in a very sorry state, but in reality, 3 of his teeth had been knocked out. However, to save face, he had forcefully swallowed the 3 teeth into his stomach. This was the so-called broken teeth, swallowing them into the stomach. They knew how bitter it was. Lin Ling is about to make a breakthrough, so he must be distracted by the ancestral tribulation. This is an excellent opportunity. Moreover, no matter how strong his physical strength is, I'm afraid he's exhausted after such a long time. This is our chance. Most importantly, he's already so strong at the saint stage. What if he breaks through? Wouldn't that be trampling all of us under his feet? Many people's gazes burned with ferocity. Then, without another word, they pounced on Lin Ling. It had to be said that these people were quite shameless. Every time they saw that Lin Ling was weak, they would take advantage of the situation to attack. But when they saw that Lin Ling was strong, they would retreat. This happened again and again. Rumble. With everyone's joint attack, it was indeed difficult for the exhausted Lin Ling to resist. The powerful force sent Lin Ling flying, so he had to restore his body to its normal size. In this way he could last longer. However, he had to be on guard against the upcoming ancestral tribulation and resist everyone's attacks. The situation was getting worse and worse. Good, haha, he is indeed strong in appearance but weak in reality. Seeing this, everyone was impulsive as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, they were extremely cunning. They knew that Lin Ling's 2 swords were sharp, so they didn't attack at close range but attacked from afar. Their purpose was to make Lin Ling as tired as a dog. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid of death who launched sneak attacks on Lin Ling at close range. These were obviously assassins from the Flying Dragon organization. Of course, most of them were killed by Lin Ling. Rumble. Pop pop pop. Lin Ling became crazier as he fought. His long hair danced wildly, and his 2 swords waved from time to time. His black, mud-like skin lost a lot of luster and was stained with a lot of blood. Some of it was Lin Ling's and some of it was the enemy's. Haha, Lin Ling, aren't you very good at fighting? Now let me see you fight again. Princess Tian was undoubtedly very excited. Lin Ling had trampled Master Lin Ling to death. She had long hated Lin Ling to the bone. Therefore, when she saw Lin Ling's sorry state, she clapped her hands happily. On the other side, Duan Feihong was also happy as if he had obtained a precious treasure. He drank wine and asked someone to bring a chair. He sat down and watched the show slowly. Eat my blade. At this time, a huge ocean divine blade arrived and slashed towards Lin Ling. If it was any other time, Lin Ling would have already destroyed the blade with a single punch. However, the current Lin Ling was clearly not suitable for a head-on clash, so he also avoided the tip of the blade. However, when the blade landed on the platinum ground, it triggered a huge amount of ancestral power that blew Lin Ling away like a torrential storm. Seeing this, even more people laughed out loud. This was because they could clearly sense that Lin Ling was getting weaker and weaker. When they thought of how Lin Ling had played with them on the Black Gold Road, and how they had revealed their humble appearance in front of Lin Ling not long ago, they felt proud and elated. Bang! Lin Ling smashed into the platinum ancient wall, and the surroundings also erupted with waves of gold energy that soared into the sky. Everyone's intense battle had actually ground the platinum of the main hall into dust. From afar, the platinum fluttered and was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling had just steadied himself when his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he slashed his sword to the side. However, at this time a cold voice suddenly sounded, "It's me." This voice belonged to a woman and it was extremely familiar. It was Long Yang. Lin Ling immediately put away his sword. It was not that he had any feelings for Long Yang, but the two of them had already agreed to fight each other in the future. And this battle was not now, so he knew that Long Yang would not kill him for now. "I'm not here to help you, of course. I don't want you to die here." In the vast platinum clouds, Long Yang walked out step by step. Her beautiful face was cold, and she revealed the aura of a superior that was even more majestic than Princess Tian's. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that Long Yang was not Princess Tian's servant. This woman was just lurking around Princess Tian. "Then what do you want?" Lin Ling also said indifferently. "I want to help you escape from the main hall." Long Yang said word by word, "Lin Ling, you're my #1 enemy in life. How can I die in the hands of these trash? So, I want to help you leave this place. As for the favor you owe me, I don't need you to repay it." Her words were calm, but there was a hint of disdain in them. It was as if she was very disappointed that Lin Ling actually wanted her to help him. "Help me leave. You want to personally end the enmity between you and me. That's what you're thinking, right?" Lin Ling also said indifferently. "That's right. You can only be killed by me. How can you be killed by these trash?" Long Yang did not hide anything and nodded directly. "Haha, you're underestimating me. When did I, Lin Ling, need anyone's help?" Chapter 3666. The Great War of the Dragon Demon. Long Yang's expression changed slightly before she sneered, "You're only trying to show off. How could you possibly be a match for Princess Tian and the rest at the moment? If you try to show off, you might just end up dead." "Long Yang, don't think too highly of yourself. I, Lin Ling, have always been above your head. I'm still above you now and will always be. Don't forget, ever since you've met me, when have you ever been able to look down on me from above? Not in the past, not in the present, and definitely not in the future. What right do you, Long Yang, have to help me?" Lin Ling scoffed disdainfully. "Leave. I will fulfill the promise of the past. As for those good-for-nothings, they can dream on if they think they can kill me." "What?" Long Yang's heart finally exploded. She furrowed her brows and stared at the monstrous Lin Ling as her mind recalled everything about Lin Ling. "That's right. When has Lin Ling ever asked for my help? When has Lin Ling ever been more miserable than I am? Never. No matter how high I climb or how many miracles I create, there will always be a man above me looking down on me. That man is Lin Ling. You're on your own." Long Yang instantly disappeared from the spot at the thought of this. This scene seemed slow, but in reality, it did not even take half an incense stick's worth of time. When the platinum mist gradually dissipated, Lin Ling walked out step by step. Everyone stared at Lin Ling with a merciless sneer on the corners of his lips. Thump, thump, thump. However, Lin Ling's steps were steady like a giant. He did not retreat in the face of the crowd's sneers. "Lin Ling, what's the situation now? Are you afraid?" Princess Tian stared calmly at Lin Ling as he walked out. There was a hint of mockery in her beautiful features. At this moment, she looked like a great general with a large army bearing down on her borders. "Scared?" Lin Ling stopped and looked at the heavenly princess. He said indifferently, "Why should I be afraid?" Seeing this, Princess Tian's voice turned cold. "You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Let me tell you clearly, no matter what kind of backer you have, this is the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Your backer's hand can't reach here. Moreover, you actually dared to kill Master Inu. Do you know who he is? Do you know what he represents? You have committed a heinous crime because you simply don't know what Miao Shen's true legacy represents. After saying so much, what you're trying to say is that I'm definitely going to die, right?" Lin Ling said with a calm expression. It was as if he had seen through life and death and was fearless. "It's good that you know." Princess Tian nodded and sneered. "Now, do you regret offending me, offending Miao Shen's true disciple, and even killing Grandmaster Inu? If I say that I regret it, does that mean that Miao Shen's true disciple will let me go?" Lin Ling smiled lightly. There was a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Instead, people admired Lin Ling's courage and courage that was not afraid of death. Nonsense, I'll never let you go. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Princess Tian laughed. She had reached the point where she must kill Lin Ling no matter what. That's enough. In that case, why are you still talking nonsense and asking me what I regret? Since I'll die if I regret it, why should I regret it? Perhaps I've done a lot of wrong things in my life and I've implicated many of my friends and family, but I've never regretted it. It doesn't matter what I've done wrong, I'll just brace myself and bear it. Moreover, I've never regretted killing Grandmaster Inu. Now that I have another chance, I'll kill him without hesitation. Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he stared at Princess Tian. His voice was powerful and resonant. Good. Princess Tian was stunned for a moment. Then she laughed angrily and shouted 3 times in a row. She said so much before because she wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful look. However, Lin Ling didn't feel any regret or fear at all. He was as calm as the clouds and the wind, without any fear. This was obviously not what she wanted to see. This also couldn't vent the anger in her heart. Lin Ling, the son of the devil, a famous person in the 9 regions. We could have been friends, but unfortunately, our relationship has broken. Princess Tian muttered to herself, Grandmaster Inu, a good friend of my master. This time he followed me to the 8 gods' heavenly palace because of my master. He wanted to help me break the taboo in the heavenly palace, but now he died in the hands of Lin Ling. It's sad and pitiful that he died before he could succeed. So today, I'll use Lin Ling's head as a blood sacrifice to Grandmaster Inu. Princess Tian's face was filled with righteous indignation. Finally, she shouted loudly. Whoever kills Lin Ling, not only will the previous promise be effective, I can also recommend him to the true inheritance of God Miao. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the Platinum Hall instantly exploded. Everyone present knew what God Miao's true inheritance represented. Perhaps the people in this alliance weren't strong, but their identities couldn't be underestimated. For example, Princess Tian could rely on herself to summon so many strong people. This was the power of God Miao's true inheritance. So, how could people not be moved by this recommendation? Let me. This recommendation, I'm determined to get it. Strong people from all sides slowly walked out, staring at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. Long Yang stood quietly in the crowd. Previously, Lin Ling had rejected her help. Now she wanted to see how Lin Ling would resolve this crisis. Strong people from all the major academies walked out slowly, eyeing Su Ke covetously. A strong person ranked 473rd on the stairway to heaven on the divine list walked out step by step. He was the fastest, faster than everyone else. Lin Ling, you're going to die soon. Aren't you afraid? His voice was low, mixed with a billowing, domineering aura. I say, don't you have any new excuses? You're all asking me if I'm afraid or not, and if I regret it. Have you lost too much dignity because of me, so you want to get it back? Hearing this, Lin Ling stared at that person as if he was an idiot. You're courting death. However, Lin Ling's words hit the person deep in his heart. He roared and immediately pounced on Lin Ling. His whole body was shining with golden light. It was actually a golden armor with extremely terrifying defense. So far, ordinary people didn't dare to get close to Lin Ling, but he did. This showed how extraordinary this armor was. Seeing this, Duan Feihong sneered, "This is Jin Shenjun. I didn't expect him to use his ancestral armor. Your Excellency, do you really think you can kill me?" Looking at the strong person pouncing on him, Lin Ling knew that this person's armor was somewhat extraordinary and could withstand many powerful attacks. Deliberately mystifying. That person sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was an arrow at the end of its flight, so he didn't slow down and got closer to Lin Ling. However, at this critical moment, Lin Ling finally shook his head. All right, the game is over. I won't play with you anymore. My allies attack. He had a disdainful smile on his face. In his right hand, a dragon pearl appeared. Then it shone brightly. Rumble. Ferocious dragon chi was rolling. Chapter 3667. The Unkillable Lin Ling. A huge figure rushed out and crashed into the person who was pouncing over like a meteor, sending the other party flying. However, another huge figure followed closely behind and collided with him again. Next, the third one. The fourth one. Under the constant impact, cracks began to appear on the armor, causing the man's expression to change greatly. Not good. His armor's defense was extremely strong, but there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. This was also the reason why he only took it out now. He originally thought that with the current Lin Ling, it was impossible for him to break through his armor. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly release an unknown powerhouse who actually cracked his armor? Wait, let me take a break. His armor was also extremely extraordinary. It could automatically regenerate, but the prerequisite was that it needed some time. Rest. A sneer suddenly came from the sky. This time not only was there one figure pouncing over, there were 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive explosions, the armor that the man was so proud of exploded and scattered down from the sky like starlight. My Star Origin armor. The man looked at the fragments of his armor and screamed in pain. This armor was passed down from his ancestors. Furthermore, it had been passed down from generation to generation. It had saved countless ancestors of his family. Before his father passed away, he had warned him that this armor had to be passed down to the next generation. But now the old ancestors' things had been destroyed. Lin Ling, you're courting death. That person raised his head, his eyes red. However, as soon as he said those words, he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Because in front of him there were countless monsters. Some had the tail of a fish, but they had the shape of a dragon. Some had the appearance of a lion, but they had the 4 limbs of a dragon. It was as if they were demons released from the demon realm. However, these monsters all had one thing in common, and that was a dragon. They were none other than the dragon demons. Of course, not only him, even the people around him were dumbfounded. Lin Ling actually had such a trick up his sleeve? Most importantly, these beast-like creatures were all at the martial progenitor realm, and there were quite a number of them. You're saying that I'll definitely die? On the other hand, Lin Ling was looking at everyone with a mocking expression. He was enjoying everyone's surprised expressions. Kill him. Then Lin Ling pointed his finger. His movement was evil and graceful. Yes, young master. The dragon demons obeyed and were the first to pounce on the person whose armor had been broken. The 3 dragon demons attacked and tore him apart. Compared to your godly armor, I feel that you should care more about your life. Alas, it's a pity that the reminder came a little too late. Who's next? Those dragon demons then walked towards Lin Ling, chatting as they walked. Seeing this, everyone's hearts exploded. That person from before wasn't weak. Although he might not be a match for those monsters, he should at least be able to block some of their attacks. However, it was torn apart in a face-to-face encounter. At this moment, the Platinum Hall was completely silent. Princess Tian, Duan Feihong and the others all gulped. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, they were in control of Lin Ling's life. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling actually invited such an army. Furthermore, so many monsters were hiding in Lin Ling's body. How was this possible? Could it be that Lin Ling himself was a world of the universe? Previously you had more people and I had fewer people. Hence, the heavens saw that I was weak and kind, so they arranged an army of monsters for me. Now the situation has changed. I have the big card in my hands. Next, it's your turn to have fewer people. Lin Ling laughed heartily as he looked at the ugly looks on everyone's faces. He was extremely pleased. Hearing this, many people cursed silently. Bullshit. You're kind and kind? Previously, very few people died in your hands. It's practically enough to form an army. Kill them. Ignoring everyone's anger, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He came from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. His nature was kind, but he had seen too much of the law of the jungle. At this moment, he was already a decisive person who killed. Since they came to kill me, I'll kill them back. Let's see how many lives I have. Everyone be careful. These dragon demons are not simple. Someone shouted, but after that, his body started to tremble. He realized that these dragon demons were all in the martial ancestor realm. Lin Ling, you're the demon king. How dare you kill all of them? You'll definitely enter the netherworld realm. Someone cursed at Lin Ling. Kiki, why didn't you call yourself the demon king when you killed one of my people? Didn't you want to enter Miao Shen's true inheritance? Now I'll send you there. Lin Ling sneered disdainfully. He didn't know how many times he had heard such words in his life. Until now he was still alive and well. Swish. The strength of these dragon demons was extremely strong. Their physical bodies were tough and they had dragon aura. Most importantly, there were more of them than the other academies. In fact, there were many people from the various colleges, but Lin Ling had killed many of them. Without a doubt, what followed next would be whales and rivers of blood. Princess Tian and Duan Feihong witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Their people and everything had been destroyed by Lin Ling once again. They also wanted to help, but there were too many dragon demons. They couldn't deal with them. In the end, their gazes could only fall on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the air, enjoying the scene in front of him like the Dragon Demon King. Princess Tian and Duan Feihong looked at each other. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Lin Ling, no matter what despicable methods you use, you still can't escape death today. Duan Feihong transformed into a giant. With a step, he crossed hundreds of meters and rushed toward Lin Ling. At the same time he shouted, "Princess Tian, I'll protect you." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Sound waves, light waves, and space exploded. A huge crack appeared in front of him, and all the dragon demons near him were sent flying. Although the dragon demons were strong, none of them were at the half-step martial god realm. They couldn't stop Duan Feihong. Then he looked at the heavenly princess. With a wave of her hand, an exquisite purple comb appeared. It looked beautiful, but it revealed an evil aura. She gently combed the hair in front of her. In an instant, she disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away from Lin Ling. She was very fast. Her speed had surpassed the speed of the Thousand Realms whirling. If Lin Ling was at his peak, he could still fight him head-on. However, he only had 40% of his combat strength at the moment. Many of his techniques could not be used because of the realm origin. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that the ancestors' tribulation had arrived. It was really an internal and external problem. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the external problem, which was the ancestors' tribulation. Otherwise, these small fries would not be able to shake Lin Ling. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Duan Feihong roared at the sky. His voice gave the experts a strong sense of confidence. Those experts joined forces and actually blocked the dragon demons' attacks for a time. Obviously, they also knew that once Lin Ling died, the dragon demons would definitely disperse. Chapter 3668. It was a critical moment. The Platinum Hall seemed to have collapsed, and the battle had reached its climax. Lin Ling was fighting alone against a group of heroes, and this was also the most intense moment. It could be said to be extremely urgent, hanging by a thread. In a corner of the Platinum Hall, Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang clenched their fists. Today's battle was beyond their expectations, beyond their imagination. They couldn't do anything to help. The only thing they could do was to pray that Lin Ling would be able to overcome this calamity. It seems that I still underestimated him. I thought that since I had already flown so high, I would have definitely surpassed him. Even if I didn't, we would be on equal footing. However, no matter how hard I work, he will always be above me. The dragon lady narrowed her eyes and regarded Lin Ling with even more importance. Although she didn't admit it, she knew in her heart that Lin Ling was really a genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years in Huanyu. At this moment, Princess Tian was getting closer and closer. She waved her hand gently and a small golden bell appeared in her hand. A small hammer appeared in her right hand. As for the purple comb from before, it was floating at her feet, supporting her. Her strength and talent were very ordinary, but her soul force was very strong. Moreover, she had many treasures on her, which made people jealous. After all, she came from Miao Xin's true inheritance. That place was the gathering place of boundary deities. How could there be a lack of divine weapons there? A 5th grade divine artifact. A grade 6 divine artifact, Rising Sun Blunt Lightning Bell. It can kill even peak martial ancestors, not to mention you who are already exhausted. Princess Tian's voice was cold. She was also the last person to attack Lin Ling, but her methods were also the strongest. Clang. She gently tapped the bell with her little hand, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The Platinum Palace was immediately flooded by electric snakes. These bolts of lightning were colorful, as if they had gathered all the lightning in the universe. Most importantly, the lightning attracted the ancestors' tribulation in the sky, revealing Lin Ling's location even more clearly. You're still alive. Princess Tian struck the ground again, and all the lightning formed a net of electricity, rushing towards Lin Ling from all directions. Good, very good. Duan Feihong immediately laughed excitedly. He could also see that with Lin Ling's powerful body, he didn't fear the lightning at all. However, the lightning could lock onto him and continue to wreak havoc on Lin Ling, consuming Lin Ling's strength. In the end, Lin Ling would be on the verge of death. At that time, whether it was them or the ancestral tribulation in the sky, it would be enough to take Lin Ling's life. Bitch. Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted coldly. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. Now he had personally experienced it. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the lightning net, but he could sense that the ancestors' tribulation was moving in the distant sky and had locked onto him. It was as if the Jade Emperor had arrived with an army of thousands of men and horses. Princess Tian, what a vicious heart. He had to destroy the lightning net immediately. Hehe, this time I'll see how you block it. You can block it this time, but you can't block it next time. I, Princess Tian, don't have much, but I have a lot of treasures. Princess Tian said ferociously. Her voice attracted everyone's attention and they all laughed. They only needed to hold on for a moment more. Princess Tian, do you really think that I, Lin Ling, only have this little trick? Don't think that just because you came from Miao Xin's true inheritance, you have a lot of treasures. In terms of treasures, I don't have any less than you. In midair, Lin Ling shouted coldly, and a green flag appeared in his left hand, and a dragon ball appeared in his right hand. However, when they saw the dragon ball in Lin Ling's hand, everyone's expression changed instantly. Princess Tian frowned because when Lin Ling took out the dragon ball, a dragon demon immediately appeared, and this time, bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, the dragon ball began to shoot out rays of light and landed on the ground. Then, it began to squirm and gradually turned into two fiendish metal men. Black metal light blossomed with ruthless light. With sharp teeth and a long fork in one hand and a chain in the other, they stood in front of Lin Ling as if they were the left and right door gods. They were 5 meters tall and burly like bears. Everyone seemed to have forgotten how to breathe when they saw these two metal devils. Because they had seen such evil spirits before, in this black gold castle, their combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. However, how did Lin Ling subdue these two black gold spirits? Impossible, impossible, these metal spirits are unique to the black gold castle. Lin Ling can't control them. That's right, he's going to die together. He intends to let the metal spirits kill us and eventually kill him. Princess Tian kept shaking her head, unable to believe everything in front of her eyes. Destroy it. However, Lin Ling waved the banner in his hand and shouted angrily. Bang! The two evil spirits roared and took a step forward. One from the left and one from the right, they rushed towards the thunder net and actually burst it. This time the entire place was silent. If everyone was afraid at the beginning, then now they were afraid. Because they could clearly see that the two unreasonable evil spirits seemed to listen to Lin Ling's words. Heavens, why is this Lin Ling so difficult to kill? Princess Tian, in terms of treasures, you're not the only one who has them. Kill her. Lin Ling knew that time was getting shorter and shorter. He had to clean up all the threatening enemies before the ancestors' calamity arrived. The two evil spirits received the order and immediately pounced on Princess Tian. One of them changed direction halfway and pounced on Duan Feihong. These two were currently the strongest too. As long as they were dead, the remaining people would not be able to harm Lin Ling. Rumble. The evil spirit that Princess Tian was facing immediately broke the bell in Princess Tian's hand as soon as the chains came out. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. With just one collision, she knew that this evil spirit was most likely the strongest person below the half-step martial god. She was so jealous that her teeth itched. Lin Ling had too many treasures. The divine sword, the dragon demon, and now he had even subdued the black gold evil spirit. Princess Tian was like a beggar compared to Lin Ling. Duan Feihong, who had already turned into a giant, roared, "What's so great about a mere evil spirit?" He actually chose to fight the evil spirit head-on and threw a punch. Crack, crack. However, after the collision he realized how strong the evil spirit was. It was almost comparable to a half-step martial god. His arm instantly emitted the sound of bones shattering, causing his expression to change drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the chains immediately wrapped around him. The evil spirit pulled fiercely and actually forcefully twisted Duan Feihong's arm into minced meat. Ah! Duan Feihong, who had been cut off, frantically retreated and cried out in pain. He never expected that his arm would be crippled in order to kill Lin Ling. One had to know that his arm was crippled after he used his talent. This meant that no matter what heavenly and earthly treasures he used, his crippled arm would not be able to recover. Without a doubt, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. The two strongest people were suppressed, and the others' faces were pale. The confidence in their hearts was constantly disintegrating, and in the end they were continuously killed by the dragon demon. Chapter 3669. The Son of the Undying Demon. At this moment, Lin Ling could be said to be majestic and awe-inspiring. He was fighting a group of experts alone, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The Platinum Palace was also shaken by the impact, and the ancient walls were riddled with holes. No one had expected that this battle would be so intense. However, the panic of everyone didn't make Lin Ling happy in the slightest because he noticed that the ancestral tribulation was getting closer and closer. Moreover, he was worried about the god of assassins. For a long time, he had been hiding this trump card to guard against the god of killers. However, up until now the god of killers still hadn't appeared. He was really patient. However, Lin Ling knew that the god of assassins was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Tianao Luo Wuchang, take Yu and the others away immediately. Please. He immediately looked at a corner of the Platinum Palace and secretly transmitted his voice over. This was because Lin Ling knew that the real battle at the pinnacle had only just begun. All right. Tianao Luo Wuchang and the others nodded quietly. Then they quietly approached Yu and the others. Yu and the others also received Lin Ling's voice and immediately withdrew from the illusion and quietly left the Platinum Hall. At this moment, the Platinum Palace was in chaos. The ground was being overturned from time to time. Everyone was facing Lin Ling's dragon demon, so no one had the time to pay attention to them. Brother Ling will wait for you at home. Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be of much help if they stayed. They didn't have a freakish physical body like Lin Ling's, so leaving would really help Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling was free of worries, he could finally let loose. And at this time, the 8 gods' celestial palace suddenly trembled. Everyone lost their footing and fell to the ground. An enormous pressure descended from the sky. It felt as if someone was grabbing the 8 gods' heavenly palace and shaking it. Ancestral tribulation. The expressions of Duan Feihong, Princess Tian, and the others changed drastically, and they said in shock, "Such power, it should be the legendary Nirvana tribulation." The ancestral tribulation was divided into 7 types: void, reality, shattering, destruction, extreme, shattering, and Nirvana tribulation. The final Nirvana tribulation had not appeared for 100,000 years. It was said that the most recent one had occurred to the Glazed Empress. 100,000 years ago, when she had reached the martial progenitor realm, she had faced the Nirvana tribulation. We must destroy him. Duan Feihong's death. Of the Nirvana realm, Nirvana, she God. She, Lin Ling, she Nirvana, Naya God, S God, S. With the level. Tian everyone. Is. Looking at Lin Ling again, the terrifying pressure of the ancestors' tribulation was pressing down, forcing Lin Ling to fall to the ground. His expression was more solemn than anyone else's. It's finally here. Unfortunately, the ancestral tribulation came at the wrong time. Too many people were eyeing him covetously. Boom. The majesty of the ancestors' tribulation completely reached the Platinum Palace. Like a violent storm, the Platinum Palace and the ancient walls were torn apart piece by the terrifying astral winds. The entire vast and boundless Platinum Palace was shaking at this moment. At this instant, everyone stopped fighting. Even the dragon demon and the others stopped fighting. However, the pressure was only to determine whether Lin Ling was the one who was about to transcend the tribulation. It was also to check everything about Lin Ling. If someone helped Lin Ling to transcend the tribulation, then the difficulty of Lin Ling's tribulation would double. After sensing the 2 Dragon Balls released by Lin Ling, the pressure became even stronger. Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Obviously, the ancestral tribulation thought that he, Lin Ling, was relying on the dragon demon's evil spirit to help him transcend the tribulation. You must immediately put away the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, the ancestral tribulation will double and your chances of transcending the tribulation will be reduced by half. The giant ghost that had been floating beside Lin Ling said fiercely. All right. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose, so he quickly took back the dragon demons and the 2 evil spirits. However, just as these 2 treasures were put away, a fatal killing intent finally appeared. This killing intent came from the Platinum Palace. It was like a deadly viper hidden in the forest, following Lin Ling in the dark. The moment Lin Ling was slacking and tired, it immediately attacked. God of Assassins. A ray of light shot towards Lin Ling at an incomparably fast speed. Furthermore, this person looked extremely young, but the aura that erupted from his body was rising steadily. This aura was filled with killing intent, causing one's entire body to turn cold. God of Assassins. This person was the most powerful person in the Flying Dragon organization, the real overlord. He was also the person that all the heroes feared the most. This was because this person was an assassin. No matter how powerful one was, one could be killed by him. After all, no matter how powerful a martial artist was, he would get tired and would not be able to constantly be on guard against killing intent. As for the god of assassins, he could wait for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years for a single target. How could a person remain alert for 100,000 years? Furthermore, this person's strength was rumored to be the most powerful half-step martial god in Jianghu. He was only a step away from becoming a martial god. Looking at the deadly assassin, everyone's hearts trembled. Their bodies turned cold, very cold. It was as if they were afraid that they would be targeted by the god of assassins. However, when they saw the person's appearance, everyone's hearts exploded. He was actually Jianghu Qianji. Even Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Jianghu Qianji was the most powerful genius of the Jianghu clan in the Yan province. He was related to Jianghu Wuji by blood. Because of this, Lin Ling had always given him face. In addition, this person had spoken up for Lin Ling a few times and had no enmity towards Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had never expected that the god of assassins would be him. One had to know that Lin Ling had guessed that the god of assassins might be Princess Tian or Longyang. However, he had never thought of Jianghu Qianji. No matter how strong a lion is, there will be a time when it gets tired. This is why assassins like us exist. Lin Ling, you must be tired. Jianghu Qianji said coldly as he shot towards Lin Ling. This person was extremely powerful. However, he still chose to kill Lin Ling when Lin Ling was at his weakest. This showed how cautious he was. And now Lin Ling was at his weakest. Dream on. Lin Ling roared as he ignored the ancestors' calamity in the sky. He waved his right hand and the dragon ball appeared in his hand. Then a ferocious light shot out from it. The strongest evil spirit. It had 3 heads and 6 arms and it bared its fangs. It was an existence that was comparable to a half-step martial god. It was even stronger than the Emperor of Assassins. Lin Ling had hidden this evil spirit to deal with the god of assassins. Swoosh. At the same time, a fatal attack came. It was swift and beautiful, as though killing was an art. However, it was blocked by the evil spirit in front of Lin Ling. What was even more frightening was that this fatal blow actually split the evil spirit into 2, and a terrifying murderous aura continued to erupt. What? Everyone's hearts exploded. What the fuck? Lin Ling still has a trump card. Chapter 3670. The ancient coffin opened. Everyone was shocked. They finally knew why Lin Ling was so confident in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. This guy was well prepared. As for the heavenly princess and Duan Feihong, their faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Because if Lin Ling had used this evil spirit earlier, then they would have been dead a long time ago. However, Lin Ling had not used it. This meant that they were not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. If not for the sudden arrival of the ancestors' calamity, which exceeded Lin Ling's expectations, they were nothing in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling only had one target in his eyes, and that was the god of assassins. Thinking of this, the 2 of them trembled in anger as if they had suffered a great humiliation. With their strength and status, Lin Ling actually dared to look down on them. The god of assassins was puzzled. Obviously, he did not expect the 6 evil spirits to be so strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cold air. Killing 6 evil spirits in one blow, this god of assassins was really something. However, at this moment, the god of assassins that had been cut off began to wriggle again and recovered to its original state. The 6 evil spirits stared at the god of assassins as if they were guardians from the underworld. At this moment, even though the god of assassins was very knowledgeable, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could he not know how powerful his fatal strike was? He had once relied on this strike to kill countless famous old monsters. However, he had failed today. He was defeated by a junior of a sage? Kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling could not care so much as he pointed at the god of assassins and roared. Brr. The 6 evil spirits immediately rushed over and attacked without any regard for their lives. For a moment, they were entangled with the god of assassins. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. As expected of the rumored son of devil Lin Ling, who was the most difficult to kill. At this moment, even the god of assassins had appeared. Lin Ling was still alive and seemed to have the upper hand. Kill Lin Ling. Duan Feihong knew that the opportunity couldn't be missed. Today's battle had already reached such a stage, so he had to eliminate Lin Ling no matter what. And Lin Ling no longer had any dragon demons or evil spirits around him. This also caused people to become restless. They also knew that they had thoroughly offended Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's temperament, if he broke through, he would definitely kill everyone who wanted to kill him today. This was already a dead end. If Lin Ling didn't die, then they would die. Kill? Everyone rushed over, determined to fight to the death. Come on. Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. Today he was going to throw caution to the wind and kill to his heart's content. However, this time he didn't release the dragon demons and other creatures because he knew that the ancestors' tribulation was about to arrive. If the dragon demons and other creatures appeared, they would definitely be killed by the ancestors' tribulation. Therefore he immediately shot towards the ancient platinum coffin in the corner. This ancient coffin had been lying there all this time. No matter how intense the battle was, the ancient coffin didn't move at all. This showed how extraordinary it was. And so far, this ancient coffin was the thing that people couldn't see through the most. Some people rumored that there were countless treasures in the ancient coffin, but there might also be hidden demons. Of course, Lin Ling's goal wasn't the ancient coffin, but the white flag on the ancient coffin. Lin Ling had already noticed this white flag. Many people had also noticed it, but they felt that it was a serious matter, so no one dared to approach it. But Lin Ling knew that this white flag was the same as the cyan flag in his hand, only the color was different. This was obviously the Dark Cloud flag. When Lin Ling obtained the cyan Dark Cloud flag, the black gold evil spirits immediately appeared at the top of the hall before he even got close. Boom. Sure enough, when Lin Ling approached the ancient platinum coffin, the platinum flag fluttered, and platinum liquid began to drip down from the platinum hall. A terrifying atmosphere quietly spread out in the platinum palace. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Some of the more cowardly people didn't say anything and immediately wanted to rush out of the platinum hall. Rumble. But the platinum hall's doors suddenly crashed down, completely sealing the hall. Drip, drip, drip. And the platinum liquid that dripped down from the ground quietly merged and gradually wriggled, beginning to transform into figures that were larger than the six-headed evil spirits. The ferocious aura seemed to materialize, rushing towards everyone's faces. Lin Ling, how dare you? Princess Tian didn't know what was happening, but she knew that this matter was definitely related to Lin Ling. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Since you all want to kill me, then let's perish together. Lin Ling was already standing on top of the platinum coffin, and he was walking step by step towards the white flag. He looked up to the sky and laughed arrogantly. Everyone was furious. This damned Lin Ling. Even the god of assassins had a serious expression at this moment as he watched the platinum evil spirits gradually take shape. The fully formed platinum evil spirits were clearly larger, reaching up to 100 meters. They were like savages, bending over, their white hair fluttering. But when the long hair was blown away, a smiling face could be seen. Every single golden white evil spirit was laughing. Most importantly, this kind of smiling face was like the smiling face of an idiot, as if it didn't have any thoughts or emotions. But this kind of smiling face, coupled with that kind of body, was the most frightening. Eat, eat, eat. All the platinum evil spirits made the same sound, and they moved, pouncing towards the crowd. Their speed was beyond everyone's imagination. No one could stop them. People could only shout for help, and when the platinum evil spirits arrived, they grabbed with their big hands as if they were insects. Then they looked up to the sky, opened their mouths and put those people into their mouths. Crunch, crunch. Then they started biting. Blood flowed out from the platinum evil spirits' mouths, and those people were also swallowed into their stomachs. Eat, eat, eat. A terrifying atmosphere spread throughout the platinum hall. Everyone was trembling, and at this moment, there was only endless regret. They should not have come to this platinum hall, and they should not have killed Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's expression was extremely serious, because he realized that these platinum evil spirits had the souls of martial gods. Martial gods. No wonder they were so powerful. Moreover, these platinum evil spirits did not distinguish between friend and foe, because one of them was pouncing towards Lin Ling. Damn it. Lin Ling quickly ran towards the white flag. He did not know how to deal with these monsters, so he hoped that the white flag could control these platinum evil spirits. When his hand touched the white flag, he pulled it hard. However, it was useless. That platinum evil spirit continued to pounce on him, a smile on its face and saliva dripped from its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. You can't control this flag. Instead, the giant ghost next to him spoke. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing that, Lin Ling could not help but curse. This little ghost always spoke after the fact, waiting for things to happen before speaking. If not for the urgent situation, Lin Ling really wanted to beat him up. However, after the banner was opened, the ancient coffin was also opened. The giant ghost spoke again and its words stunned Lin Ling. His expression instantly turned serious and he felt that something was wrong. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.